So I'd like to continue here with the Proverbs, chapter 22. I've been in the Proverbs for, I'm not sure how long, almost a year, I think, at this point. A few months shy of a year. And I've just scratched the surface of the 20s. That is, the chapters that are the 20s. And it has been a good experience so far, but it's also a longer road than I expected it to be. And I'm thankful for it. But of material like this, and I look in my bookshelf and all the books that I still have unread, and I just sort of sit here and wonder. And I wonder at the amount of information that is stored in this book. I wonder, on the eve of this artificial intelligence revolution, all of the information that machine will take in and organize, contextualize, and the speed by which it will happen and it will process the information, it just makes me wonder at the type of world that we are stepping into, especially given how long it takes me to do a verse, and that there are 29 verses in this chapter, in chapter 22. There are 35 verses in chapter 23. Anyway, I'm going to start here with verse 15. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him. So the first thing that I would like to discuss here is what it means for foolishness to be bound to the heart of a child. Principally what it means for foolishness to be bound in the heart. And then secondly, to extend this away from childhood and of foolishness in general and its relationship to the adult man. Because surely it could be the case that an adult person can be foolish. It's not just a child. And is it the case, can we imagine, that foolishness is also bound to the heart of man in general? Or is it when he ages, when he reaches that point beyond childhood, that binding or the firmness therein is less in the adult? So with that, let's bring up the imagery here. We have foolishness bound to the heart. The heart to this aspect of mind, but such a visceral component of our being that it closely resembles a peripheral sensation, almost as if we are receiving it from the outside, this emotion, this gift of experience, almost as if it is a primitive way, or a sub-rational way of interacting with the world, just pure emotions all of the time. And although I say words like primitive or simple, I want to reiterate that the heart is a fundamental component of our experience. It always will be. It seems also, given the freedom that we have, that the fool, as a broad sort of archetypal component of our experience, will also always exist. Now, the Google definition here for the word fool is a person who acts unwisely or imprudently, a silly person. I think there to the point about binding or boundedness, I think there's an aspect in every man for which he may be considered wise, but because he is man, I don't think that he can exercise absolute wisdom in every single judgment ever. It's just not possible. There's only so much brain power to process information. And if we examine every situation, it doesn't have to be complex rational thoughts or discussions. It could be something as simple as a step for which he may stumble. His prudence will extend to a degree, perhaps farther than some others, but ultimately it'll fall short of complete wisdom and complete prudence. And so I think in this way, in the way that man is put off from the Garden of Eden and understands that he cannot be this perfect being, and so he's this sort of internalized shame that comes with it. This sort of thing makes me wonder if we can't just extend the part of the verse where the foolishness that is bound to the heart of the child is not by extension the foolishness that is also bound to the heart of the adult or of the man. Now, surely I think we can make the case that as man ages, as he experiences life, his judgment improves. He is able to make more effective decisions. So all of this is to say that man's heart is prone to this foolishness. It is prone to poor judgment because of the condition of his existence, the limitations that are placed on him therein. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. So to salvage some of this, so that what I just said doesn't completely get wasted on the tangent, I think that this foolishness that is bound to the heart of the child stems from, at least in part, by his existence, but also within his existence, within the life that he has to experience the world. There is something about the adolescent that corrupts judgment. Now, surely we will make all sorts of arguments to why that is the case. We can talk about the malformed, or not malformed, but premature frontal cortex, in which this thing that we call judgment is processed and housed. And it is not until the mid-20s, perhaps, that it fully develops. These sorts of explanations are fine in and of themselves, but I'm not sure how much it actually helps us here in the proverbial realm. And perhaps that's a strange thing to say, but I say it for the following reason. If we were to imagine the heart as this thing that is the seat of our desires, this thing that has become and has grown into a complex image or symbol within my mind after going through the Proverbs, often in these chapters, the heart will be brought up a handful of times. And every time it's an opportunity to reflect on it and to consider what it means, not only in the context of the verse, but also in the context of what has already been explored. The heart is a complex thing. an aspect of mind, again, the seat of our desires and our feelings. I think I've already mentioned on this episode that there is this sort of base level human experience, an animalistic almost, that the heart's will, as we can attribute will to it, is much in the reaction. It's not reason per se. And it is because that the heart is not bound in reason that it is likely or more probable to make unwise or poor judgments. For our emotions can be quite strong. I think they can help us come to a stronger conclusion by reason. If it is wed to a strong emotion, it can be a motivating factor. Without feeling and without desire, I wonder what life would be like. It gives color to our experience and our existence. But again, it is much like the animal. It is responsive, it is reactive, but it doesn't sift through things carefully, like reason can. Now, certainly there can be poor reasons for things, and perhaps it's the case that the rational mind may come to some conclusion, but without the heart and without the meaning that we feel when we pursue something, then the reason perhaps may be lacking, and we sort of have a reverse type of situation and scenario. The two are fundamentally a part of our experience, and what I mean to say here is that I don't wish to put one down and elevate the other. I speak of these things on a neutral plane, but since we are talking about the possibility of foolishness, especially in the case of the child, which the child is unwise, the child doesn't consider the bigger picture, often. They don't necessarily consider the bondedness, the thing that connects us, the things that move societies or run institutions. I think they understand many things on an intuitive level that perhaps stem from the heart. That children are quite perceptive in that way. But because of this intuition, or perhaps I shouldn't say necessarily intuition, but again, the desires of the heart that are left abundant and often without a partner, without that partner in reason, what we have is something that is a bit chaotic, uncontrolled, unconstrained, almost unbound in and of itself. Because something is not understood. I think if something is understood, then the connection between things is realized or is intelligible. And if something is realized or intelligible, the mind understands those connections. It understands a certain type of binding. Now, when I say binding, I think we can extend this a little bit to not be too confusing or to seem like I'm saying something that is completely out of the ordinary. Not that it has to be ordinary. Without reason, perhaps, is a better way to say. When I think of binding, I think of relationship. When I think of relationship, I think of the possibility that two people can be related to one another. There are all sorts of different types of relationships. I can think of the physical structure of the world, the earthly domain, in which physical objects are related to each other, to which components of physical objects are related to one another, that then, given their organization and their collection, they produce some object that's identifiable to a being like us, to the human being. When I think of binding, I think of the fractal. I think of that Russian doll in which there is a small doll at the interior that is successively followed by dolls of a similar physical structure, but entirely different in size. And so the doll at the outmost, at the most superficial level, is a doll that represents the one on the inside, but is much larger. And so, where we are now is the situation of examining the adolescent and the adolescent heart as this thing that is this sort of hemorrhaging feelings. It is active all of the time. It is full of life and full of experience. But these feelings are unbound. And because they are unbound, they are unfoolish, they are unwise. Certainly, I think a good definition for something that is unwise is for a being that is unable to interpret or to bind their feelings to something that is meaningful or important, perhaps. It's funny, one of the definitions of foolish is lacking good sense. Now, there's plenty of sense, I think, to be had in the adolescent heart. It's sensing all of the time. It's perhaps hypersensitive. But the thing is, it's not just sense. It is good sense. And I think within the good we have this characterization of unification. And because we have this characterization of unification, the mind, the unified self, with the heart, the rational component, the soul, the spirit, all of this sort of stuff is bound up into that being. That being the center point of my being, I wonder sometimes. I wonder at the words that come through my mouth. I wonder at the thoughts that are being generated within my mind. Of course, I am a being that feels. I'm a being that interprets. I'm a being that wants sense, wants good sense. For good sense is something to be confident of, to be confident in, to be faithful in. And so, the matter of the adolescent heart, again, with all of these free-flowing emotions, the free-flowing emotions that land in certain places, perhaps places much like a curious cat, it ought not to look. And because it is not bound by the good, because there's a lack of wisdom, there's a lack of seeing, and that it's just more of a chaotic experience, almost like an animal, I think, embodies this chaotic experience. Of course, there are many layers, I think, of experience out there, and there are many animals that I think have quite sophisticated experiences. And perhaps beyond us, there may be beings that would consider our experience quite chaotic. But nonetheless, if all of our pursuits to produce energy, or to channel energy throughout our society, such that we can have electricity to power our homes, heat our homes, cool our homes, electricity for our appliances, if at the root of this was a chaotic explosion rather than some channeled sequential, controlled distribution of energies, we would not be able to utilize this in such a purposeful manner. I look in front of me, I have a small reading light, LED light that holds a charge. The charge holds quite long. Behind that, there's a lamp that is shining up into one of the paintings on my wall. I see my microphone with a small red light that is lit on it. My computer is lit up. All of these things require sophisticated adjustments in voltage and output and input, such that there isn't a disruption internally to ruin the structure, such that the energy would not then be able to be utilized for the purpose that it was created. And I think the analogy here is similar to the child, in the sense that the child has so much potential. The heart is such an active thing that it is the responsibility of the adult to drive that rod of correction into him, such that the foolishness is separated from him, at least to the best of our abilities. And as that foolishness, or that chaos, we could say chaos as in inattentiveness, as that moves from him, or we could say as it is channeled, it is then better situated to serve some purpose. And the experience of life is to determine, well, what purpose are we here for? What were we created for? The rod, I also think of a lightning rod, a rod being the centralized point to collect that energy that is out there, to prevent from having that energy be placed anywhere other than into that rod. Now, this is, of course, is for safety purposes, but I can't help but to imagine the image of that adolescent heart, this sort of industrial monster that is just sort of spewing this electricity, this immense potential and experience, that when that lightning rod is driven down into it, all of that potential feeds into that rod. And now it is centralized. It is something to be directed. It can be directed towards reason or some pursuit that can then set the child on the path for the rest of their life. He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches, and he that gives to the rich shall surely come to want. Now, there are plenty of cultural examples, I think, in which the common person holds their fist up to the rich person. There are many people to blame for one's misfortune. And I think oftentimes it is to the fault of those that are casting the blame. And it's not necessarily the responsibility of those that are blamed to rectify the troubles of those that are so distraught. However, there is also this aspect in which the rich, and almost like the adolescent that is bound to the foolishness, there's a certain aspect of the rich that is bound to greed. Now, of course, in this way, I mean richness in terms of material standards. But I suppose, as I imagine richness to imply all sorts of things that one can be rich in, that is, in relationships and in mind, these things also, I think, can be given. That one can afford aspects of themselves to develop relationships with other people that are not as fortunate, or perhaps rich, we could say. Value is not limited to the material or to the monetary. So we have two situations here, two circumstances. The first is the case in which we have a person that is oppressing the poor to increase their riches. So let's spend some time talking about oppression. What does it mean? So from the Latin, we have the word opprimere, opprimere. This word combines the prefix, or the ob union, meaning against, and the primere, meaning to press. And so we have this word meaning to press against. Now that in and of itself is certainly foundational, but it doesn't explain our conception, our modern conception of the word oppress, because within the word oppress there seems to be a direction given to that fundamental, just to press against. I could press against any number of things, and yet I'm not treating this table unjustly. Now, surprise, surprise, I should say that today is a new day. Strange thing to do, to leave on before a thought is finished and then finish it a day later. But welcome to the state of my mind lately. So as always, with the new days, it will take me some time to work my way back into something that is worthwhile. And thus far, I have been talking about oppression. I'm talking about the fundamentals of the word. He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches, and he that gives to the rich shall surely come to want. This word oppression, at its root, means to press against. And I've been considering that it is not just to press against in the modern context, at least the modern usage of the word oppress, that has evolved in some way from its root. It has adopted a particular bend in its branches, and this bend is towards the unjust. That this force that is pressing against something is in opposition to that which is just. This is something that we call opposition, or in a more sophisticated sense, oppression. Because it's not just the antagonism or the pushing against, as in the case of opposition, but also the matter of justice. Now, I think that there are different ways by which we can conceptualize justice. This is a difficult matter, and it's always a difficult matter. No matter how many conclusions I come to, it's almost as if justice has no ending, just the continual unfolding. And that's not to say that there is no such thing as justice or truth. Surely there is. But rather, it is quite hard to find the bedrock of justice. It seems to be out of my grasp. But there are plenty of things that are beyond my grasp. There are plenty of things about the material world that I'm unable to perceive, and hence beyond my grasp. There are plenty of things that my cats can perceive that I surely cannot. And so it's not really a matter of faith here that I have difficulty with justice. It's more so the way in which I come to justice that perhaps I have difficulty with. But it's not until I embark on the journey of determining what is just that I have completed or participated in the process, the procedure, the way. I think Plato is particularly useful here. But I think some characterization of justice is necessary to advance here in this verse. The term comes to mind, cosmic justice. The justice of the divine logos, the centerpiece of intelligibility, of the rational aspect of awareness. Then there is justice as it is perceived by us. There's justice that is influenced by many of man's experiences. And these experiences surely are not of the same caliber as the experience of the cosmic sense of justice. And that what he, in his small world relative to the rest of the environment that he finds himself in, of the various physical laws and of nature and of everything, his participation in that world of justice is but a window that he peers through, and by necessity every window is limited. We only have a small view through which we can see what is outside of it. And much like my perception that is limited to what the receptors and the organs in my body are able to feed to my brain, what I'm able to see, I think, in terms of this justice is also limited. I think partly by the same that I had mentioned, by my own experience, by the way that I interface with the world and with reality. And so, I think in some sense coming up with some ultimate standard of justice will not be all that practical. Although, I do think that there is a standard out there, as a matter of faith, that there is something that is right and there is something that is wrong, even in the human context. And I think at our best we are able to exercise good judgment. That if there's a person that is dangerous to our society, at some times we find the danger itself enough to convict and to place them away from the rest of us. And even if there is something deeper than just danger to the collective, we, by our limited perception of this realm, convict on these grounds that may be a small tributary from a much larger river, let's say. But also, we do have a lot of experience. A lot of experiences wound up within these verses. The word oppression, I think, is a word that comes to be because of a lot of experience. It is more than just the observation of the pushing against something. We have determined through our various interactions of pushing against something that something ought to be pushed against, and there are other things that are certainly possible to be pushed against, but they ought not to be. And there are reasons for that. Now, the reason is not given here, clearly, but we are prompted to consider the reason. And there is something within poverty, within the poor. There is something within the word of absence, of lacking, of without, that if we are to push against this concept, let's say, or a person that embodies this concept, that there is in some way that we are oppressing, or that we are pushing against this person unjustly. Now, surely there can be a person of small means without, in which we find ourselves given no choice but to press against them. But it is not, in the case of defense, I don't think we would call that oppression, just because they are poor and we are not. We would say the reverse, that the impoverished is the one that is doing the oppressing. But nonetheless, this is not this sort of side thought has nothing really to do with this verse. He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches shall surely come to want. We have our point A and our point D. We have to fill in the in-between. And so I like to come back to this word absence. At the core of it, I see the word nothing. I've talked about nothingness in a prior episode, and it's a confusing concept. It seems like an unstable concept. It's hard to grasp nothingness, because nothingness cannot be grasped. As a concept, though, we can intuit, much like the space in front of me before I reach the book. There is, in a relative sense, nothing. There's nothing that is inhibiting me. My hand is indeed passing through something. But the experience of this is an illustration of nothingness. Of justice, we are considering what is morally correct behavior, what is right, and what is wrong. And at best, I think we are stewards of this right and wrong. We are observers of this right and wrong. And if I am to say that I am a steward, if I am to say that I am an observer of this right and wrong, and I have the capacity to judge, to make decisions, to recognize what potentially is right and what potentially is wrong from a behavioral standpoint, then perhaps that is what I should exercise. That is the capacity I should exercise. And that there is something fundamental, as I've alluded to before in the poor, that I may find some principle by which I can determine how this verse might be true. So let's take this absence, this form of absence. We could say nothingness. We could say lack of attention. And we put this at the center of a person. We say nothingness, we say without, we say lacking, we say poor attentive capacity. Just for argument's sake, let's say this is a normal functioning person, cognitively normal. If we put nothingness at their center, they are an empty shell. They are a vessel by which, or through which, something else can act. And I will recognize at this point that the pure nothingness at the heart of man is quite difficult. Perhaps it is never truly seen, and in the word poor and of poverty, we can have all sorts of different types of lacking and absence. Where we may be lacking in some sense, we always retain perhaps some element, fundamental element of man, that is his capacity, his innate capacity to decide, to be. But I say this because I have the tools, I've been given the tools by the society in which I live to think in this way. If I were not given the tools, surely I would be in a position of lacking, of absence, of being unable to decide for myself what is right and what is wrong, that I would have to be told by another. And so I think we are getting closer, because my inability is not necessarily my incapability. The capacity is there. The ability is in part not realized, but also in the context of this verse, pressed against in an unjust manner. And it is unjust because that ability, I think, is fundamental to the soul of man, or to our conception of what is morally right. And his ability and his will to decide and to come to conclusions is his and not mine. Now, I recognize that there are plenty of slippery slopes here. One being, well, what of parents and a child? Surely the parents oppress their child. Well, again, within the word oppression, there is this implication of injustice. While there may be an injustice in some circumstances of the rearing of the children on the part of their parents, in most cases, parents raise their children and place restraints against them so that they will learn and they will be, to a degree, safe, but that they don't have to go through certain types of experiences and heavily restrict their motion later in life. It is meant to facilitate their growth rather than to inhibit it, and this is not morally corrupt. This is something that is just. Okay, so let's start putting some pieces together here. To oppress is to press against unjustly. What we are unjustly pressing against is the impoverished, those who are lacking in whatever manner that they are lacking. That there is an aspect of this lacking, this absence, the space of nothingness. This space of nothingness that is, perhaps if I could be a bit imaginative here, is unstable and causes things to fall into it. What falls into it is whatever is immediately in the environment that is within that realm, let's say, within that dimension. And by dimension I mean a place or in this sense it's a cognitive space. I'm imagining that this event can occur in which something of a person of extreme lacking causes a corruption of internal elements of reason, of feelings, and of emotion. It causes people to be susceptible to whatever it is would fill that void, to again give them some degree of relief from the suffering that they experience. What fills that void comes through them. It almost is in some sense a parasite that nestles its way within the, I'm not sure how we would conceptualize it. I want to say soul, but I'm not sure at what level this poverty penetrates. Again, as I've said earlier, it's not the entire aspect of man that is corrupted by his lacking. There is always something that he retains of himself, but perhaps there is a layer and a sense of fullness of what can be in terms of a person's being. Of this character and of this form, of this spirit, this whole exists. If something external is something predatory is to occupy that whole, that space, I'm thinking in terms of mechanical forces here. I think that this thing presses against, it pushes away, it prevents that hole to be filled by the individual agent. It's almost as if a renter or a landlord has come into the soul and has required a payment, a rent for existence. Quite insulting, I think, to that agent that experiences life to be put down in such a manner, at such a fundamental level of experience. He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches. Now, of course, here I don't necessarily mean to imply that a landlord or the existence of landlords are a fundamental evil. I'm talking, of course, in this space, at this level, at the level of the soul. Now, I think that there are personal reasons why somebody may fall into a trap of not being as responsible as they should be, and that causes all sorts of restraints to be placed on their experience of life. And some of the blame rests on the individual, surely. But what we are talking about is unjust treatment by one person to another here, that pressing against. And so barring all of these externalities and focusing here on oppression, I think this is what I've described as one of the potential images by which we can conceptualize oppression. He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches, and just like this landlord of the soul of another, what he gains, perhaps what he experiences, is material gain, but the true value that he is actually receiving or taking, perhaps, comes from the experience of another person. And I think there's an intricate web around this sort of thing, because in societies there will always be those above and those below, those that are superior in some manner and those that are inferior in some manner. And it is not within the superior or the inferior that there is the bad. There is good and bad in both, surely. There is the just in both. But it's the matter of the unjust, of the falsehood, that worries us, that causes our societies to decay and our people to lose faith. He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches shall surely come to want. And how is this possible? Often in life I come across situations that I deem so morally grotesque and unfair. I begin to question why. I begin to question, to a degree, my faith, not in totality, but I have to wonder where exactly the truth is, and the answer may lie. And it's not necessarily given the lack of punishment of a particular individual. Punishment is a quite a lofty thing. It can transcend an individual life. It can find its home in an individual that feels perfectly satisfied. I think this punishment outside of, or rather inside, I would say, the various contexts and justifications is kind of difficult. But a person of faith, I think a person that is the believer, or the attender, I think is probably a better saying, the attender to that which is ineffable, that which is beyond, that good that is beyond all goods, that good that can be experienced, that good that is mystical and to a degree, palpable in certain experiences, in certain instances, but not restricted to the material. This sort of thing gives me solace, I think, when I lose faith, because if one is to lose faith in a particular moment, or when faced with a particular problem, the problem is not going to be solved. The moral dilemma will not be solved. He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches shall surely come to want. And just like the poor, I think there are plenty of different ways in which a person can be wanting, many different ways in which a person can be lacking. I look back on my life and I consider that there have been many periods for which I have felt a type of melancholy or lacking, and never really understood where it was from. And I can imagine also situations and circumstances in which this hole, this melancholy, was filled by superficial means. And there was a point in my life where the superficial means would no longer satisfy the size of the hole, because it had just gotten too large, and I needed something a little bit more sophisticated, a little bit more permanent, a stronger principle or surface to be the guiding point of my life. And in that situation, I have to wonder also if I was living my life under a different set of circumstances, if I would have not come to the same conclusion, that if I was this sort of landlord of the soul, the robber of experience of other individuals, would I have eventually had this moment in which I would essentially, in so many words, come to Christ, or come to the realization that there is that the pursuit, the path towards that ineffable, and the placement of the ultimate divine logos at the top of my experience, that this was actually something worthwhile, regardless of this or that argument about the existence of a God or whatever, and moving beyond those arguments to understand that it's not an excuse to say that one doesn't believe. It's not a matter of physical property. It is a matter of living this experience in a good manner. Now that's really unsatisfying, because in my mind I consider other minds. I consider other minds in the way that they consider things, in the way they consider goodness, the way they consider morality, and how it may be different from mine, and how mine may be different from that which actually is. And yet there is some standard by which I hold myself, for at least believe that there is a standard. The standard that that there is something that is out there that is intelligible, that can be called goodness, that can be made sense of, that can be rationalized. And in that sense, in that process or procedure of rationalization, to come to a conclusion of goodness, this sort of thing ought to be at the center. But again, I consider the time in my life where, although there was some melancholy, there still is melancholy. I'm sort of a melancholic personality. But at this time, at this moment, I am much more at peace than I ever was. Partly for this experience, partly for being able and devoting my time and attention towards something that is well beyond myself. Not towards some delusion, but towards some illustration of being, of some project of building the soul such that I can experience life and the goodness that it has to offer much more than I would be otherwise, blinded by unbelief, blinded by superficial dealings. Shall surely come to want. And at this moment, as I think about our point A, that oppression of the poor, that capture of the soul of one to another, in what way shall he come to want? We must make the assertion, I think, at this point, that if one is to unjustly press against another, to hold them down, or to use the analogy of the hook that is placed at the center of one's spirit in order for their own profit, that necessarily there is something, as in physics, the applied force and then the normal force that is exerted back to it, that sort of presses, assuming that there is no motion, that as I press against my table, the harder I press, the harder or the greater the force I experience back at me, because the force is equal, my pressure and that of the table back to me. It is almost as if the oppression that is placed on another comes back to the individual, but it doesn't come back to the individual in the same manner. It can't, because if one is to oppress an individual materially or circumstantially, to hold them down or to take advantage of their labor, they of course profit. Their material circumstances rise. Their authority and their position in the world increases. And so in that manner, it's very unlikely that they are going to come to want. But if we are to examine this proverb and ask ourselves, well, in what way is it necessary that they will come to want? Outside of this difficult example, but also probably most classic example of that person that builds their riches off of the backs of others. But again, there's injustice here. It is not as though people have flocked to this individual to provide them with work, because within that, as people willfully participate, there is no injustice. They are gaining benefits for themselves. Perhaps there's a degree of injustice, given the degree of how much the person takes, given from in the context of how much the workers make. And in this situation, or in this delicate example, surely I think we can find a way in which there is oppression of the poor, and that there is this wanting of the individual that takes from them. But we need a little bit more of a clear-cut example so we can get to the principle. So the question remains, in what way is this person wanting? And I think it's It may not be a satisfying answer, or at least to some that may hear it, but in my mind, it meets the standard of reason. And that is to say that if a person is left, a person that oppresses the poor to improve their circumstance in life, the way that they are left wanting is through the blindness of their sight of the good. And to them, I think this is, to us, this I think is the unfortunate bit, because to them, I don't think that they can even realize it. There are situations in which, like Schindler's List, that movie, and the experience, in which Schindler was out to improve himself off of the backs of those that were made slaves because of the war. I can just as easily imagine a similar situation in which the entrepreneur profited off of the casualties, or the slaves of war in the form of the Jews, or in the form of whatever population. And the person did not have such a beautiful come to the good and reflection, and I can imagine that in this situation where this turnaround didn't occur, that they sort of lived out their lives, perhaps enjoying their material circumstance, or maybe later in life having difficulty justifying with it, or justifying it. In the worst case scenario, there would be no self-reflection. There would be no punishment in the sense that we would wish for. But I think the true punishment comes in, again, in the sense that this person is unable to see what the good, or what the morally right thing is. That they are barred or locked out of the gates of heaven, in this sort of illustrative sense. He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches, and he that gives to the rich shall surely come to want. Now here it's not difficult to cringe at our current cultural experience, perhaps our cultural dilemma, perhaps my individual conversations with friends or whatever. And perhaps this is a personal problem, but there is a feeling that comes up within me when I read these sorts of things, and immediately I feel like I'm split into two pieces. And it's almost a painful feeling. On one hand, maybe I should say it's an internal conflict. And it's funny that the word conflict comes up here, because from the Latin we have conflictus, which combines con, meaning together, and fligere, meaning to strike or to dash. And so we have something that means to strike together. And of oppression, when we think of this pushing against, it is almost, and we're talking about injustice here as well, and it's almost a similar image that I have in my mind. This striking together and this pushing against. Not exactly the same, perhaps, but surely that there is this mode of clash and of force that is involved. And I think that the two are related. And I have an image that I've been thinking of, almost as if dust has been kicked up. Because the Proverbs are an interesting sort of thing. An interesting set of springs with so much potential that is wound up within them. It is up to us to figure out how to unlock that potential and use it to good purposes. For the clumsy, I think it's easy to fall into a trap of superficiality and of delusion. I could readily see how one can find plenty of falsehood within their interpretations. But again, that's a matter of faith more than it is anything. But all the same, reflecting on what I said here about this conflict, this internal conflict that comes from, I think, both the first part of the verse and the second and the third. That is, when I read, "He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches," there's an element of this that it's hard to see given the context and all the affordances and the sacrifices and affordances, whatever, on both parts, that it may be difficult to determine where the oppression actually is, or if it is occurring at all. And is it just a matter of, like the scales of justice, weighing this and that and this and that against one another to determine in the aggregate or in the net which one is superior morally than another? I don't think that this is a good way to determine justice. The same goes for he that gives to the rich and that person that oppresses coming to want. I think the discussion previous about the coming to want that is discrete, that is, on the whole, perhaps seen by another but not seen by the individual within, I do think that there's a principle within there that I find satisfying. But again, the conflict within the cloud that is produced by the various uncertainties, the potential for different situations, leads me to clash quite sharply. But I think that this is the point of the verse. This is what I'm being asked to consider, or at least what I must consider in order for me to come to some sort of understanding here. He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches, and he that gives to the rich shall surely come to want. Now, when we say giving to a rich person, that in and of itself is not a bad thing. It must be coupled with something in order for it to be considered unjust, I would have to imagine. For if I was to give to somebody, regardless of their material status, regardless of their satisfaction in life, there's a type of giving that I think is good. If I'm to give my attention where my attention is due, or where it is required of me, to a person, again, regardless of their material circumstance, that is a good thing. And so I don't think that in this situation it is reasonable to say that giving to the rich will make me come to want. But I also don't think that that this is the only situation, and I don't think that this is the situation that is implied here. Because there are two situations. We can imagine this in a situation in which we are being asked to reflect on the possibility that giving to the rich in some way will lead to us coming to want, or that the giving to the rich, and specifically those rich that oppress the poor, will lead us coming to want. Now, the former, I think, is much easier to identify why that's the case, and I've sort of gone through that a little bit. Because if we are to give to the rich, we are giving our attention, our work, perhaps our labor, whatever we want to describe that is within this present that we are gifting to the rich. As the value flows from one individual to another, what we find is the accumulation of value that is in a place that is held by something that is held by a mind. What does it mean for a mind to hold value? Value is a strange thing, especially in the human context, because, as I've said earlier, perhaps in this episode, perhaps not, but our money is just a medium of exchange for value. It is sort of a temporary thing. It holds its value because of the attention that we give it. If attention was not paid to it, it would not be valuable. And so if we are to say that a person is given value in the form of money, let's say, what they are given is potential. That potential can be distributed and diffused quite rapidly. I think there is an aspect of oppression that finds itself within that medium of exchange. Because value is not really something that can be warehoused, or it ought not to be warehoused, I think. And why do I believe that? Well, in certain circumstances, I do think that there are material objects that are very valuable. But as a matter of, and perhaps this is where I do think that the scale of justice matters, that if we are to compare one thing that is valuable to another, a material thing that is valuable versus a mind, the very thing that produces value in the first place, or that attributes value to an object. If the mind has been deemed by another, by oppressive means, pushing against that mind such that they deny them the ability to attend to and give meaning to things willfully of their own accord by another, then they are oppressed, and this is unjust or unjust. And that in this sense, giving to the rich that have this stored value, the stored value that is built upon the perversion of other minds, such that only one mind, the holder of this transitory value, and again, the holder of this transitory value now is the sole mind that gives the value, gives the money its value. And because that mind gives that money its value, it robs those that would otherwise willfully decide what is valuable to them. And since they are unable to decide what is valuable to them, not only are they oppressed, not only are they robbed, but also, I would say, that in their absence, in the absence of possibility, in the absence of the mind's creative capacity, and within the degradation, the sludge, the unfortunate malaise of one mind, what is lost is that potential to create new value. And I think that there is a form of wanting that's in there. How could there not be? How could one mind that attends to one thing truly appreciate what is valuable about life? Man can only go so far in terms of appreciating his material circumstances in absence of others that will share in that experience. And perhaps that's naive, but I think that there is something fundamental in here. He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches, and he that gives to the rich shall surely come to want. And again, as I've said earlier, I think that this coming to want can be both a conscious thing, but also something that is unconscious, the second of which good people will have difficulty with and will struggle with, but I do think it exists. Wrong it may be. Bow down your ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply your heart to my knowledge. So let's start with the word bow. What strikes me initially is that bow is a word that has directionality to it. It is not just some straightforward mechanistic action like bending over. A bow is purposeful. It is meant for a particular purpose, a particular reason. That people bow when they greet one another. People bow out of respect. People bow perhaps at the root of it, we are showing ourselves vulnerable to another person. This vulnerability is a sign. I think it's often a good sign. I'm not sure if it is ever seen as a negative sign. But to bow down here is to, I think in this context, to humble oneself. Bow down your ear, bow down your perceptive organ, your ability to hear, your ability to take in information. We are being called, or we are being asked to surrender the noise that is within the mind, that sort of tribe of self that would otherwise, I think of a hairpin trigger response here. I think of the analogy that I had used either a little while back in this episode or a prior episode of a conversation, an uncomfortable conversation that two of my friends were having. It became more of an argument, and the argument became a sophist's argument. It was an argument on one side that was purely emotional, not all that rational. It is the tendency of sophistry that we are being asked to prevent by bowing down our ear. Further, when I think about my own experience, when I reflect on my own experience, I find myself thinking that if I were to have peace of mind in situations of, in multivariate situations, let's say, then I would be able to more discreetly or more calmly come to a conclusion. I wouldn't be bothered by all of the noise that is within my mind. And it is the noise that destroys, it fractures attention. But this act of bowing, I think, is more than just superficial. Obviously, it's purposeful, but when I think of bowing in the context of my experience, that if I were to bow my head in times of difficulty, or in times of in times where my attention is distracted, or my ability to focus on a particular task has been disrupted, perhaps by my insecurities, or by my weakness as a person, not being able to get the mind into gear. Sometimes, and I've been working on this lately, especially after reflecting as I have through these various chapters, that my mind is often seeking comfort, and sometimes I think it finds comfort in the absence of thought, or in the perpetual distraction by some YouTube video or whatever the case might be. And given enough experience in that realm of useless existence, one becomes a bit anxious at the way that I am spending my time. And thankfully, it has been much reduced. Perhaps the time that I spend doing things that are, in my opinion, relatively meaningless has been, again, reduced. It has been limited, certainly during the working week. There's not much time for the superficial. However, this experience exists, and I think it is always a struggle, it is always a fight to remove myself from that absence and to move towards something that is very enriching, purposeful, although these sorts of things I think tend to be taxing mentally, because the mind has to be awake, illuminated to be able to receive and experience. And so when I think of bow down your ear, another aspect of that is focus one's attention on what is about to occur. Do not let the mind in silence be brought down into nothingness. Do not let the silence become overbearing, such that the thoughts are anxious, and that the experience or the existence at that moment becomes desperate. This surely is not the optimal state of being. It is calm, it is ready, and it is waiting in this context. Bow down your ear. Be ready to receive. Receive the words of the wise. Now, what might we conceptualize by the words of the wise? Words, much like money, I think is a medium of exchange. It is a auditory medium of exchange. And within this exchange, there can be a large number of different possibilities in terms of the information that is encoded within our words, within our speech. But there's an aspect, a component of the whole of every potential possibility of words and of meaning, of design. The words of the wise, I think, are those that serve to bind, those that serve to give perspective, those that serve to ground and orient. To axialize. By axialize, I mean to express in words to another the nature of the axis that we all ought to revolve around. It is a way of pointing the vision towards the thing that truly matters. Again, it is towards something that binds all things. It binds us together in the sense that we are not tied together, tethered together, but we are bound together in the sense that we pay attention to the same axis, to the same truth, to the same common sense. Bow down your ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply your heart to my knowledge. Now this is a big one, because we have the heart and its relationship to knowledge. which means we need to do some groundwork. We need to do some building. I think of the heart, we can establish something fairly quickly. This is a concept and a term that is seen often in the Proverbs, and I've done a fair amount of thinking in this regard. In terms of knowledge, it's another term that is seen commonly. Perhaps not as common as the word heart, but knowledge is a difficult thing, at least for me. So let's get to work on what this means, starting with the heart. Thus far, I've been conceptualizing the heart as the seat of our feelings, of our desires. I've used a number of different illustrations. One of the illustrations that I've used is an industrial factory, in which the factory is the representation of the heart, and it produces the raw substrate, or emotions. These emotions, in their base form, lack any marriage to our reason, but they can still inform and dictate our action, like in the case of the fight-or-flight response. In the case of sensing danger, or just general sensation, the bringing of some object or person to one's attention. This sort of thing can happen quite quickly, beyond and before reason catches up to it. By extension, the heart is a little bit more subtle, because it has this component, but it also has some will to it. Like every factory, there is the manager's post, the office that dictates the products that are being produced, at what rate, when to produce them, for what reason they are producing them, and just overseeing the general production. It is within this unit that we find a degree of will, I think, of its own. The factory can be shut down, it can be started up, it can have its direction. It is an extension of our soul, much like the rational aspect of our mind is an extension of our soul. Feeling, one of the fundamental components of our experience, is something like a filter. Or perhaps it is, I should say, if the soul is our raw experience, that of mindedness and of self-awareness, just general human experience. In our form, in the way that we experience the world and reality, the aspect of our mind by which I am characterizing the heart, it is seen as a filter, as the experience of intelligibility flows through this thing, and the feelings that we get are part of the map, part of the image by which we can conceptualize and that we can navigate our experience. It provides color to the experience. It provides depth to the experience. It applies an aspect of reward and punishment to the experience. Surprise, surprise, today is a new day. And it was probably a good time that I had left off where I did. My cat was starting to get a little excited, and it was disrupting to my attention. Now it will take me some time to get back up to speed here. And I think in order to get back up to speed, I would like to speak of what it means to get back up to speed, or just generally up to speed, not necessarily back to anything Life, and perhaps this is just the way that I experience it, but life is this fast-paced game. Oftentimes it feels much too fast for me. Whether that be because my mind is slow or because I'm lazy, it's hard to say. Or perhaps there's something positive in there. Of what, I'm just not sure. But it seems as though deliberation takes a long time. It seems as though the only way I can be satisfied in my life is if I have things that require me to deliberate for a long time, whether it be exercise or whether it be this. I find difficulty getting myself up to speed, getting myself warmed up. The body seems to experience this in a similar but also completely different manner. It's such a strange thing. I am by no means in the same type of physical condition that I was in my early 20s, but I have retained the ability to enter into that headspace for which the body is the driver, in a sense. Of course, the mind is directing, but the body is taking a large component of the mental capacity. That the mind is receiving a lot of information from the body. A lot of different sensors are going off about muscles lengthening, about muscles shortening, about muscles tightening, about fatigue, about pain. And yet all the same, this type of thing that I'm doing now, much more of a conscious experience, something that I'm doing in the comfort of a warm room, where outside it is in the low 40s, which is not all that cold, but certainly this room that I'm in is quite comfortable. And yet, despite the comfort in the physical sense, my mind is challenged, or at least will be challenged, as I get warmed up. And it is interesting because it is not bombarded with the physical attributes. It is not bombarded with information from the body, like I've said, about the muscles and pain, fatigue, all this sort of thing. But it is bombarded by what? By just plain experience, by the desire to experience, by the need for some experience that is transcending normal, the normal base state of mind. That something must be stimulating, but it's not anything that can be stimulating. At least if one has explored the realm of possible stimulation. There are only a few that truly satisfy, that simultaneously improve the condition of the soul. I think at least two of them that I have found, one being exercise and the other being an intellectual pursuit, at the bedrock of which there is honesty and faith. These two things are more wholly enriching than any substance. Now, of course, I am in, just as many are, in a state of poverty relative to other things that can be, and I understand that the aspect of raising children, having children, getting married, this can be an experience that is well beyond anything that I currently experience. And this is something beyond my control at the moment. Though certainly I will find myself in that position one day. Nonetheless, the experience of life goes on. The desire and the thirst for that experience is great. And whether it be from a condition of lacking purpose or a condition of overstimulation in which one has all the reason to be satisfied with their position in life, they fail to see it because of their responsibilities, there is always that road to see. There is always that path by which we can turn our hearts to the understanding of our purpose. And now I have to wonder if this understanding of purpose is divine. Now, there are plenty of things that fall within the trap of superficiality that are attributed to the divine and yet have no real satisfying or reasonable underpinning. This is not a trap that I wish to get caught in, nor do I intend to. And so when I say divine, what do I mean? Well, there are two potential places I can go here. I can explore the etymological chain. I can think about the roots of the word. But I'll begin by following my mind, walking through the darkened landscape of the intelligible realm. Or at least as my mind conceptualizes it. Because of course, there's an aspect of me that has a physical body, that participates in the world or in reality in a particular fashion or in a particular plane, particular set of dimensions, perhaps. So this divine, surely I mean something by it. Surely it's not just something that I'm using as a placeholder, only to deny my mind the experimentation through the deciphering of the definition as it's commonly understood. This divinity holds a place within me and without me. It is something both that I can see within, I can discover within, but also experience from without. That's a strange thing about it. I think it could be described, not necessarily limited to, a feeling, but also an experience, which is broader. It involves many feelings, but also profound awareness, self-awareness, and willful action, purposeful action. Now, of course, what I describe here is the way in which I express, the way in which I feel, the way in which I experience the divine, the divinity. And of course, without behavior, without acting in a particular way, we fail to set up the circumstances that allow us to receive and to experience the divine. And so as I've mentioned about the exercise, about the reading of the Psalms, about the participation in work to a degree, I think part of our trouble these days is finding ourselves in positions or in occupations in which, for whatever reason, because of our greed and our blindness, we are unable to willfully and purposefully place ourselves in communion or in communication with the divine. Now, I haven't quite described it. I'm sort of circling around it. Part of me thinks that it's difficult to even conceptualize an explanation for it, but I must define it. So this thing sits in the middle. This thing comes to me through experiences that I must try very hard to create the circumstances or the conditions to be just right such that I am able to feel it, to see it, to experience it. When I see it, I see beauty. There are times when I move throughout the world and I see a tree, I don't think anything of it. Perhaps I could be quite annoyed by the place of the tree. Perhaps it's blocking my view. There are other times when I'm engaged in a certain type of activity that's very purposeful, meaningful, driven. I may look up to a tree and I may see its beauty. And I see less of myself. In terms of experiencing, it is something that is deeply intimate. It includes the self quite profoundly. It battles the aspects of what the mind wishes to be, rather than the way that things are. And I think in both situations, both in the understanding and appreciation of beauty, but also in the sense of pure experience and the debate within the internal selfish delusion, that we find something without ourselves. We find something greater than ourselves, a purpose, something to identify, something reasonable that we can place our faith in. Now, this reason and this faith, I think, must be broad enough to encapsulate something that is worth the, what I might say is the level of participation of our overall experience that much parallels, I think, again, the level in which we participate with reality, that we are made up of a bunch of different living things, organic things, cells. Within them, they have this strange, complicated existence, where their sense of self is not as put together as we would understand a sense of self to be put together. And I think we have come to the point where we can be quite certain about things. But often our assertions are very small. They're pinpoint. And it is almost, it is, like in the case of biology, or in the case of smaller scientific pursuits, that we go farther and farther in to see the pin of the needle, but we don't even contextualize what the needle is used for. So I should apologize to continuity, for today is a new day. I was feeling a bit tired last night and I could not continue. But as I was re-listening to the recording from yesterday, I have to wonder about my longing. You know, there are certain days in which my faith is tested, perhaps we can say, and is tested in ways that I would never really suspect. And sometimes it's tested in ways that I would fully expect. And sometimes this testing comes from a feeling. It's a sort of a general experience, a general drone of experience, a sense of dullness, and not necessarily exhaustion. But a sense that I have not fulfilled my duty for the day. I think perhaps that's certainly an aspect of it. There's an aspect of it, I think, that has to do with the perpetual pushing off of my attentive capacity, that I engage in behaviors. I think I've mentioned this before, that one of my unfortunate behavioral traits is towards that inattentiveness. It is towards activities, at least it can be manifested in activities that are meaningless, purposelessness. And this way of mind, I think, that flows into things, even in the case of consuming information off of the internet. I think that these energies are best served elsewhere. To enter into that flow state, or that state of attention or engagement that is not necessarily passive. There's a degree of strain, a degree of struggle involved to keep the attention and to willfully place it somewhere meaningful, to sacrifice the future for the present. At these moments, when I lack the ability or lack the understanding that I should always be engaged in this sort of thing, then the times of testing come, because I'm not being faithful. And often I think the questions come quite superficially, because the mind is so lost in inattentiveness that it cannot formulate good answers to simple questions. And the faithful mind is the mind that is always engaged. If it's not always engaged, at least then it is coming off of something that was really not necessarily stimulating, because there's plenty of things that are stimulating that wouldn't be correct. But coming off of an experience that enriches the mind, that prevents this sort of decay of reason and of argumentation and of justification. And I think that the reason that I started to think of this partly is because I'm feeling this sort of way today. I was productive in the morning. There was a period in which I was completely and utterly unproductive, and I think that those few hours really have taken a toll on my mind. And when I go back through the past recording, and think about our scientific efforts, although I am aware it's hard to be certain about anything and understand anything in particular detail. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but I'm just saying that of that which I know, I'm aware that I know a very small portion of it. And this head of the needle argument about the scientific pursuit is not necessarily to say that there is no big picture that is formed by scientific inquiry. I think we have plenty of good understanding of the material causes of things, how the earth has come to be, perhaps how we have come to be to a certain extent. But there are limitations. The story is not complete. Perhaps the story will never be complete to our minds. But it's always a matter, it seems to me, of purpose. And that the more the purposeless the story or our narrative seems, the harder it is to justify our existence, the more difficult it is to keep our faith. And on the flip side, I think the faithful mind is always aware and always careful not to fall into some selfish delusion, or to have some faith that is superficial, have some faith that is in some disagreement with the reality that we actually, or that this person or I actually find myself in. Okay, so that being said, where are we in the context of this verse? Bow down your ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply your heart to my knowledge. Apply your heart to my knowledge. I think I've danced around quite long enough in this verse to start really putting these pieces together. From the heart as this aspect of, or this filter of the soul, the unique experience of the potential mind, of all of the potential minds that can exist in this reality. The heart is the mechanism, one of the mechanisms by which it facilitates this experience. We bow down our ear to pay attention. It is not, as I said earlier, it is not this absence of attention for which we are sort of passively engaged. We are actively engaged. We are fighting off that which would distract us and constantly reorienting ourselves to that which ought to be attended to in the environment. This gets into the sort of the physical, precise methodology, the scientific methodology, and then the purposeful, the preconception, the place where you begin rather than the way that you get there. The struggle between selfish delusion, as I've mentioned, and that of useful, meaningful experience, and not getting lost in the potential of meaningful experience, that is settling down on something. There are many places for which a person can begin their journey up the mountain towards that peak, which is the divine source, the divine logos. Not everybody is going to be engaged in raising children or having a family. It doesn't mean that they cannot find purpose. They can certainly find purpose by other means, by other ways. But of course, the process by which we raise families and remain faithful to our commitments is one of the primary ways that I think that we can experience this divinity, or be in communion, connection to that divine experience. Apply your heart to my knowledge. Apply the way that you experience your world, your reality, to the thing that I have created, which is this experience. And again comes to mind this purposefulness, this direction. It seems as though we are prompted to consider all that is out there, all of the information, but again within the context of the wise, within the context of that which keeps us grounded despite the chaos of all of the information. It's a prompting. It is not an answer. There are no stations for which the train concludes its long march, as I've said in one of my earlier poems. So although this may not be a satisfying conclusion to this verse, I think that I've spoken on it enough, at least to give new aspects of this map. I think the development of the heart into this filter as I think I have vaguely alluded to it before, among its other illustrations that I've made. And I think this is a useful thing to carry with us. Again, the orientation of attention, the orientation to the words of the wise. And then of this totality of experience, this massive ship by which it takes a very long time and very strong commitment to turn it, to adjust that experience, especially given a certain way of living when one experiences something that prompts them to make a change or transformation. Faith becomes, and perhaps it is always, but faith in these situations is so fundamental towards righting that ship, turning it out of the way of danger. For it is a pleasant thing if you keep them within you. They shall withal be fitted in your lips. Now this is a strange verse. This indescriptive keeping of them. They shall withal be fitted in your lips. What is this they? How can we conceptualize this? So of the word they or them, I think of subject versus object, that there is something that we could be referring to people or we can be referring to things. Now to keep a thing within myself, I suppose is possible if it's a memory. They could be referring to a set of memories. These memories could be an extension, which is a remembrance of maybe a physical place or physical structure. They could be the more subject-oriented. It could be like a spirit, a set of spirits. This sort of thing is similar, though, that it occupies the space of memory, occupies the space of mind. For it is a pleasant thing. What can we say of this word pleasant? Now, much like, well, there are many words that are like this. After examination of the word and the definition of the word, it seems as though there is something missing. It's almost as if reading a word and then trying to, or rather seeing the stated definition, is never quite accurate. And I have to wonder if this is an experience that I have all of the time, or if it is just something that is common, and I don't have it all of the time. I think it depends on a few different things, different circumstances. I think there's an aspect of reading and understanding language that is lacking because there is no... Here, it's difficult here, because I was going to say that there's no participation, but there's participation in the sense that the person is reading it, that they are consuming the information, that they are considering it, they're integrating it with their experiences. And perhaps that's the thing that's lacking out of the definition itself, because my experiences are nowhere near that definition. Not to say that I don't have pleasant experiences, but it is not as though that reading the definition will give me the idea of, or the feeling, the pleasant feeling. So that aside, the question now is there anything about this definition which we can think of pleasant as something that is acceptable, something that's pleasing, something that is satisfying, something that is enjoyable? Is there anything about this definition that we can add or that we can expand upon? I think that there almost always is. the Google definition, giving a sense of happy satisfaction or enjoyment. Now, as I've said, I think there's a certain amount of this that is just wound up in experience. But there's more to be said about this definition. What my mind is focusing on here is the word sense. That this is a sense of happiness. Much like I can sense the cars that are moving past my window. I can hear them. I can sense that my hands are clasped together. I can sense that this microphone is in front of me. Now, with all of these different senses, it's quite particular to sound, to vision, to smell, whatever, to touch. The sense of pleasure seems like a higher level integration of information, that it is not at the base level. Now, we could say that there is something that is pleasing to look at, and at the same time it won't be pleasing to smell, perhaps. It might be neutral, like a painting. If we go up to a painting and smell it, it's not going to be the same thing as looking at it. The beauty is in the sense of sight rather than the sense of smell. But it's not necessarily the base information, the colors, or the size, whatever, that we can see. It is the integration of that information into some intelligible whole that is then what we consider to be beautiful or pleasing visually. And I wonder where to go from here, because I can say that what is pleasing is the integration of various informational points into something that is a coherent whole. I think that there is beauty to be found in the aspectual as well. We can examine aspects of the painting, but the aspects are in the broader context of the painting. If we narrowed it down too much to just a base color, I think we can perceive the beauty that's within base color. But if we do that in absence of the broader image, I have to wonder if we're setting ourselves up for an era, a potential future in which, if our culture is so focused on the minute, the pinpoint, the head of the needle, that then when we zoom out again and we reinvigorate our grand narrative, that then this becomes something that is transformative, because we've spent so much time thinking about the nitty-gritty details, the specific color, whatever, again, the lighting, whatever. And I'm trying to stay in line with this visual description of beauty. It's hard to say exactly, but I think that there can be beauty, something that is pleasing in both cases. And it's not entirely dependent on the subject, because I think that beauty is there either way. It depends on the attention of the subject, surely. But the beauty, I think, can be justified in many different ways. And so I think what is pleasing is a matter of justification. This matter of justification depends on the contextual cues. For if one person looks at, let's say, what's in front of me here, just the base color, it's sort of in this light it looks like a type of blue, like a baby blue, but it's actually, I think, gray. But because of the lighting, again, it's a bit different. And as I look up, as the light from my reading lamp fades, the color of the wall seems to turn more and more gray. And there is a certain sense of beauty in this transition. There's a sense of beauty in which my room is curved to a certain degree, that there are these angles at perhaps 30 degrees, it's not completely rectangular, and that there is this, or perhaps I would say that these two angles would be 45 degrees, because it starts at a 90 degree angle in one corner. Perhaps there are two 45 degrees and then a 90 degree to my left that then forms this room. It's an interesting, the symmetry of it is quite interesting. The fact that the room and the lines that are created by these 45 degree angles that extend down to the floor, and it's so perfect, so precise. There's a certain beauty in it. But it's simple, it doesn't have this broader, I'm not really imagining the beauty of the room that I find myself in, although that, I think, if I had the conception, let's say I was building a room, of a beautiful room, I think that would motivate my sense of beauty for the small details that much more. And by extension, what I've done just now, just examining the base color of the wall and the angles that are involved in this room, I think I begin to come to some understanding or some appreciation of the broader whole as well. And so I think I'll say at this point that the broader whole, it has my heart. But I will say that the pieces, the elements, serve to reorient my mind to the whole. And as I've said, this process of discovery, reflection, observation, and then reintegration, I think is the bedrock, the basis of transformation, or of appreciation. And perhaps I can say even further, that if we get lost in one particular aspect, then perhaps our faith is troubled a little bit. If we fail to see the elements, or if we fail to see the whole, we may lose this sense of pleasantness. But now the question is, well, if we have this somewhat vague understanding of what is pleasing, given the aspectual but also the holistic, what can be possibly conceptualized within this word they? So today is a new day, but I'd like to jump right into this here. Now, when I think of the word they, I think of perhaps something that's not all that typical. Culturally, we have, I think the whole world at this point is going through an interesting shift. I think there's a big transformation that's occurring within the United States, the state of which I'm a part of. It's hard exactly to say where the change is progressing to, or rather it's just sort of a struggle deep within the metamorphosis. But often what we see here in our culture are those that are displeased by the way that things are going, which is many of us, myself included. And we often use words like they or them to refer to a conception, to refer to some identity that is beyond one particular individual. It includes perhaps an institution. When we say the powers that be, this is more of a network, an infrastructure that makes up a particular movement, almost like a company. Of course, there's a CEO of a company and board members, but if a company doesn't have strong leadership, that there's no firm direction, I think either way, firm leadership or not, the corporation will have a degree of autonomy of its own. It will move as it does. It will be directed by its leaders, but still, when a company becomes large enough, its associations bleed into other institutions at various levels, and I think it's hard for any one person to control the giants that walk among us. And our state apparatuses, I think, are much like this. We have an unfortunate, ballooned, bureaucratic state that is entrenched within the United States. Often when we say they, we refer to these agencies that attempt to corrupt the foundational principles of a representative republic. But all the same, this they is a placeholder, but it still holds substantial value. It's not precise, but it is something that is observed. And even though it is something that is observed through the clouds, or perhaps like in a silhouette through a window, where we know that there is somebody there is a person there that is moving and doing something, but we can't understand who that person is or what exactly it is that they're doing. We can tell to some degree downstream what they are doing because we feel the effects of their behavior. Now, I'm not suggesting that the they that they are, the writers are referring to, has anything to do with a corrupt state apparatus. What I'm getting at here is that this they holds some identity of significance. We are being asked to keep them within us. And so what exactly does that mean? We are taking an identity. It's an important identity. But at this point, again, we don't know exactly what it is. We just know that it is a good identity. And since we say they, we are assuming that there is perhaps an extended network by which we can appreciate this broader entity. And so to keep something within, I think, implies memory. I think I've mentioned this in this episode already, so this may be a bit redundant, but I think to some degree what we are being asked to reflect on is to keep the identity of goodness, which can often be this vague sort of thing, surely identifiable, sometimes easier than others. We can identify certain aspects of goodness, but not entirely have the totality of goodness experienced. Perhaps that is beyond our ability. But as I mentioned before about the pleasing appetite, man has the capacity both to admire the aspects, but also the whole, the aspects in relationship to the whole. And from the whole, we can also appreciate its aspects. And so even though there are levels that are beyond our immediate perception or conception, it doesn't necessarily mean that we ought not to try and imagine and to come into contact with those higher levels. It also means to, I think, stay humble and to take that identity of goodness within the memory, within the mind, where we can find it. And when we feel it, when we experience it, when we experience goodness, we are to throw a stake into the ground to fix it in our memory. As Plato says, to carve this ball of wax intricately. And the degree to which we can carve that ball of wax intricately is the degree to which we pay attention to something. The degree to which we make it salient, the degree to which we allow our feelings to permeate that experience. For it is a pleasant thing if you keep them within you. So now we have this conglomeration of our own experiences, of our interactions with the world and other people, and we have come to this map of goodness, or of proper pleasure, perhaps we can say. Of that which is truly pleasing. They shall withal be fitted in your lips. And I think this is to suggest that since it is within the lip, the thing that we use to communicate love, the thing that we use to articulate or to assist in articulating our speech, for if we were to keep our lips closed, it would prevent the clarity of diction. And so this attention that we have paid, that we have brought out of our experiences in life, goodness, and we have made a map of this goodness, and assuming that we do what this verse is suggesting, we place it within our lips so that our speech flows through this goodness that we have attended throughout our experience of life. That you trust may be in the Lord, I have made known to you this day, even to you. Now, this is another difficult verse. It's not immediately clear what it means. That you trust may be in the Lord. What can we say of this expression? What can we say of the word trust? When I trust somebody, I feel, I sense, as though that I can bring down my guard. I can rely on them. That there is a sense of safety in the company of a particular person. Trust has an element of faith in it. That there perhaps, in the cases of relationships, there may not be explicit language used that would secure comfort, perhaps. It would be a strange thing if every relational experience involved some sort of contract. We don't enforce our lives this way. But by a matter of faith, by a matter of observation of one's behavior, we can come to some conclusion about their trustworthiness, about their goodness. Of course, by extension, trust being placed in the Lord is trust that is placed within the highest of perceptual being. It is the source of all intelligibility. It's quite close to us. This is almost something that precedes reason. It's just pure awareness that we are considering here. This awareness and goodness that flows from it. We trust in the way of that thing. It can be hard to reconcile at times, surely. We can feel so insignificant and unloved that perhaps it's difficult to see the broader pattern. I have made known to you this day, even to you. Now, other than the possibility of this sounding slightly passive-aggressive, what does this mean? It seems to be, one of the interpretations is that this could be out of context. It seems like it would fit with another verse. Perhaps the verse before, the verse before that. There's a certain type of continuity of reading that may be at play here. And it seems rather obvious that this is what it means. And perhaps a rather strange interpretation of the last verse. For it is a pleasant thing if you keep them within thee, whereas the verse before that, bow down your ear, hear the words of the wise, and apply your heart to my knowledge. The pleasant thing to keep within thee would be the words of the wise. And surely this is an extension. I don't think that my interpretation is necessarily bad independent, but I think it's important to recognize that at this point, I think we have reached continuity in a few different verses. It's not always the case in these chapters, which I find a bit strange, that all of a sudden there is this firm connection. Now, I believe that there is a connection, but it can be a little bit more windy. It takes a little bit more time to figure out how things are related. But nonetheless, and going off of what I had said before, I have made known to you this day. I think there's an aspect of this that we can appreciate, that the world that we find ourselves in is full of beauty. It just depends on where we look to find it. It depends on where we place our attention. I have made known to you this day, even to you. Even to you, a being that is perhaps less in scope, less in potential, less in experience, less in all of these sorts of ways. But this is almost like a period, a declaration, after a long string of verses that we have formed a better understanding of what it means to be in relationship to that divine logos, to understand more of justice, righteousness, evil, wickedness, to see the broader picture, the broader landscape. And that through all of these verses that I've read so far, this is verse 19, there have been 18 prior, I think this is a call back to those verses, and just not those verses, but the verses that were even before that in previous chapters. Have not I written to you excellent things, and counsels, and knowledge? The Proverbs can be so strange. As soon as I think one thing, it shakes it up, and it makes me consider perhaps there's no true way to interpret these, but rather this is meant to interface with the mind, however the mind attempts to interface with it. Surely different experiences will lead to different results, and attentiveness may lead to poor interpretation, but have I not written to you excellent things in counsels and knowledge? What exactly are we being asked to reflect on? Are we to consider excellent things? I think one thing that seems clear to me at this point is that starting at verse 17, then as it continues, I'm not sure until when, but I see even after the verse that I'm on currently. So again, verse 20, Well, let me start at verse 17, and I'll keep going, because these are the words of the author here is trying to put into words of the divine. An interesting attempt, and I wonder what exactly I can make of it here. Bow down your ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply your heart to my knowledge. For it is a pleasant thing if you keep them within you. They shall withal be fitted in your lips, that your trust may be in the Lord. I have made known to you this day, even to you. Have not I written to you excellent things in counsels and knowledge, that I make you know the certainty of the words of truth, that you might answer the words of truth to them that send to you? And then it picks up again, I think, where we had started before verse 17, because verse 22 is, rob not the poor because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the gate. And it's interesting that it picks up there again, because the verse that's prior to verse 17 is, he that oppresses the poor to increase his riches, and he that gives to the rich shall surely come to want. So it's an interesting pattern, a series of 5 verses, that seem to be a cutout of the pattern that we have experienced so far. And so I think these verses are sort of meant to be taken together. And it seems almost as if the Proverbs, they are a map, a way of interpreting the intelligible sphere. They are, in some sense, a constant reminder that there is this intelligible sphere, and that we should work to recognize it. It is almost like a living thing. It's not... It is as you come to it, and it will interact with you accordingly. You will bring your experiences into it. You will interpret it the way that you see things. And yet, the words are there to guide and to lead. Much like a person or a student interacts with a teacher. And now we see the words of the teacher, that is sort of speaking at last, explaining to us and reflecting on himself. And I wonder about the choice of these words here. I'm not quite sure that I truly understand the thought behind this. I can appreciate the prompt to reflect on excellent things as they are, to reflect on the ground that we have covered so far. I think the way that this experience so far has been conducted in terms of the reading of the Proverbs, the interpretation of the verses, has been a very long road, but it has been also extremely gratifying. Not every episode do I feel, or perhaps not every day do I feel. Well, every episode is a accumulation of a few different days, but not every day do I feel like I can get into a sufficient flow state to be satisfied, but most days I'm able to, and I think that that's thanks to the guiding properties of the Proverbs. And so, in response to, have not I written to you excellent things in counsels and knowledge? Surely you have. That I might make you know the certainty of the words of truth. And I think that this is foundational. It's almost so foundational that we may miss it. The words of truth. That would seem to imply that there are words that are other than the truth. think that there are words that are neutral, that don't have anything to do with truth or falsehood. Certainly, there are letters that have nothing to do with truth or falsehood. They are components of the structure of the tools of language, just as words are. There are simple words, there are quite complex words. Of course, the way that we arrange them makes the meaning different. The way that information is consumed by us through language and through written language is quite sophisticated. The certainty of the words of truth. The word righteous comes to mind. The word humility comes to mind. The word prudent comes to mind. The word beautiful comes to mind. Pureness, heart. All of these sorts of things we encounter in the Proverbs. All of these things give us weight to the words that we use. It is like, again, it's a living thing. It's a living dictionary by which we are the participants in the production of that store of value. Words are sort of, as I'm considering it now, they seem to represent a place not dissimilar to money as this store of value or medium of exchange. Perhaps they're a little bit more reliable, maybe, in the sense that a word or a series of words can hold a lot of information, and it can hold it for forever if we want it to. And that's the beautiful thing about language and our capacity to transmit information. And as this has been written thousands of years ago, it is still here for me to consume. And there's a beautiful second half to this verse, that you might answer the words of truth to them that send to you. Because of the training that you are doing now, surely you will be in shape enough to answer somebody that is uncertain about these words, that you would be able to help guide them. And it's interesting here that we have this is something that's completely out of the ordinary in the structure of the Proverbs. Continuity of verses we've seen before, but in this sort of strange self-reflective manner, this is the first time. It is almost as if it is saying thank you and, quite frankly, congratulations on coming to this point, assuming that everything else has been dealt with accordingly, assuming that the work has been put in. And the money is in the bank, so to speak. Rob not the poor because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the gate. Now there's a colon there, and it bleeds into verse 23. For the Lord will plead their cause and spoil the soul of those that spoiled them. And I think it's important here to remember our definition of oppression, that is to unjustly press against, to unjustly hold down. The afflicted in the gate brings up interesting imagery of the ancient world. That of the afflicted, I think, diseased, but also materially poor, or perhaps mentally diminished. It's another aspect of this. I think the big meaning in this verse is the extension into the next. It is the result of these actions. Again, I think we're given A to all the way to Z, and we have to fill in the blind spots. For the Lord will plead their cause and spoil the soul of those that spoiled them. And so the question is, how? Surely what we are being prompted to do here is fill in that gap of how. How could it be possible that this would come to be? Now, before I get into that, I'll say that today is a new day. And with this new day, I think that my mind yesterday was not as attentive as it should have been on verse 22. And I desired yesterday to jump right into verse 23, which is that section that I had just read. But I'd like to spend a little bit more time on verse 22. Rob not the poor, because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the gate. Now I want to go over this not necessarily because it's difficult to understand. I want to go over it because I want there to be a depth of understanding, rather than just the superficial glance, or the what one is afforded by a superficial glance. Now there's a reference here to the possibility that one would consider immoral behavior or unjust behavior just because the circumstances would lead to the likelihood of them getting away with a devious act. Now, I think within that there's something interesting. There is the implication that the person is aware of the injustice or the immoral act before it is committed. And perhaps there's a few different possibilities here, but perhaps I'm taking for granted my heritage, what I've been given, such that I don't even consider that the person involved in committing this crime would feel as though it is morally acceptable to take advantage of a person that is poor because they are in a state of vulnerability, such that the likelihood of injury to the person that commits this insult is relatively low. And because of those standards, then it is permissible to do so. But because I have grown up with a particular culture, of which I am often critical of, because of the nominal way that I had been introduced to the scripture and to the tradition, still, deep within the culture, I think that there are these assumptions buried within it. They are load-bearing to a certain degree. Now, whether or not the person considers as I've said, robbing the person because they're poor and they have this sort of moral framework as standard, or this person understands that robbing this person because they're poor is the wrong thing to do, it doesn't matter too much. We can examine both circumstances and situations. I think both are fairly interesting. Perhaps in the case of the one in which the person has some idea and understanding culturally that something is wrong, it would seem that regardless, if they commit that behavior, they then believe at the fundamental level that the standard of the culture is wrong. It is wrong because they choose to commit the behavior. They believe that to them, to their own selfish ways, that robbing a person that is poor and vulnerable is worthwhile. The last thing I'll say about this, the first half of the first part of the series here, is that within poverty, I've mentioned this plenty of times, but within poverty, there is more than just the lack of material circumstance. Poverty can extend to all aspects of life and of experience. It could be poverty of relationship, it could be poverty, again, of material condition, it could be poverty of health, poverty of mind. There are all sorts of ways that a person can be lacking. I think it's relatively infrequent that a person is completely lacking. This complete lacking I wonder if it's even possible at all. For what does it mean for a person to be completely without? To be completely without would be not a person at all. They have to have something to be considered a person, to be a human being. But we say this lacking in this poverty in more of a relative sense than the absolute. And in absence, what is it at the foundation that causes strife, that causes the condition of man to be seen as unfortunate? There are plenty of things in my life that I do not have, for which I am lacking, that I do not consider impacting me in any way in terms of my overall well-being or success or satisfaction or faithfulness. I do not think that these things that I am lacking in take away from any of this sort of thing. And I think in that situation we would not call that a type of poverty. So for example, I'm not dejected or lessened because I don't possess a bicycle, let's say. If I possessed a bicycle, I wouldn't use it. And so it's not necessarily my lacking a bicycle that causes me to be impoverished because of my lack of my lack of having a bicycle. It is more if I needed something for transportation to ease my experience getting to work, and perhaps I can't afford gasoline, then a bicycle becomes a good option. And if I were lacking in that sense, in the sense that my need and my purpose is not fulfilled because I'm lacking something, then I would say probably that's more of an impoverished condition. And so I think within that, it's a relatively benign example. But at the extreme, we can imagine the extremes of material poverty, but also in the extreme of any type of deprivation. I think what can be said is that there is a lacking of basic necessity. Now what I think here is my mind turns back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that there is the sort of base physical need that needs to be satisfied for the body to be given the energy that's necessary to sustain its vital functions. On top of that, there is shelter, and on top of that, there's a broader integration within some community. Then comes more of the individual aspects, the aspects of the individual that needs to be satisfied. I believe at the top is self-actualization. And within this self-actualization, we have meaning and purpose, all of this sort of thing. And I have to wonder about the concreteness of this hierarchy, because self-sacrifice is certainly something that exists. And for somebody to sacrifice themselves, it is to put something else on top of or in front of the self, in order that the thing that is being sacrificed for then propagates or continues to survive. And I think that this impulse can happen at any stage, at any level. And I also think that although at the top we have more of this meaning and purpose drive, when we are satiated and we are content with the safety and security and the community that we find ourselves in, I think even if we didn't have anything, even if we didn't have food, I think morality and this type of behavior still applies. I think injustice still applies, although the salience and the willingness to participate in a certain set of established customs or laws is greatly diminished when one is unable to think about anything other than food or warmth, for example. And so I wonder again about this poverty and this state of longing, the state of lacking. And my mind is almost conceptualizing this as a black hole. It is something that sucks into it. It is not something that produces or creates. And aside from this depending on the particular individual, for which I think that there are great things that can happen under difficult and extraordinary circumstances, the average condition of man is such that when his basic necessities are not met, his experience and the expression of the possible behaviors or the possible expression of his experience, such that the mind is capable of being facilitated and used in a wonderful and beautiful manner, that it is not constantly distracted by starvation and destitution. But when it is distracted, the fundamental necessities are removed. We could think of the fundamental necessities as a load-bearing structure for the mind, let's say, or by extension, load-bearing structure for the soul, which again I think is the expression of being. The soul itself is the seat of being. And although the soul would be quite active in the case of any living experience of man, and so perhaps I should say the extension of the soul, the heart, and the rational mind, when these are lacking of those fundamental supports, the human being is reverted to a base sense of participation with the world, more like that of an animal, and that his sense of morality is obstructed. Not that it doesn't exist, but rather it's obstructed by his lacking. And for somebody who comes in that is not lacking, or perhaps even is lacking, to take from that person who is already lacking will perpetuate the cycle, will create poor emotions, anger, hatred, fury, rage, and it will also further distract and take away from those things and those actions, those behaviors that are necessary for the flourishing of the mind, and by extension, the flourishing of the human soul through his heart and through his reason. So rob not the poor because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the gate. Now, I've gone over oppress before already in this episode, but again, the word oppress I've been defining as the unjust pressing against or pushing away from that which is just, such that the person that is potentially deserving of the right is prevented from getting it of their own accord because of the position of another that wishes to see some perceived value or some perceived good off of their limited action or of their suffering or off of their suffering. Now, to be afflicted by something is to have something negative, we can say. There are plenty of afflictions, just as there are plenty of ways that we can be impoverished. An affliction is an unfortunate partner, like a disease or a fractured bone. It could also be a state of mind. A person can be afflicted psychologically, spiritually. Now, to oppress the afflicted is to use the pain, to use the burdens and distress of another for one's own personal gain. I think there are other ways in which this could be described, but this is the closest down to the fundament that I can consider at this point. Now, I've said this before again about the gate here. It seems to be a description of an old city, in ancient times, in which there is a wall that surrounds the city. And at the gate, perhaps just on the outside, there are those who may be beggars or foreigners who wish to get in, to reap the benefits of that society. They are the peripheral elements. They may also be those that are sick. They may have a contagious disease. And there are plenty of intricate examples or analogies that we can go into here, but I want to leave this as it is for a moment. So rob not the poor, because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the gate. For the Lord will plead their cause, and spoil the soul of those that spoiled them. So this is going to take a little while, I think, to draw the connection. The superficial connection here would be to establish some comfort in the idea that it is possible for something, and I think that this something is often considered in a cartoonish manner, that this something is almost like our Father. I know the language is used often, and I really don't have much of a difficulty with it, but in the sense that an adult would read this and interpret this as an adolescent, I think is improper. And so I don't think, although we can draw that parallel between the divine Logos being the Father of man, we shall not, as adults, as mature individuals who are truly trying to discover a proper relationship to the Father, will not consider it as though we are infants or as though we are adolescents. For the Lord will plead their cause. So in this situation, what is the relationship of the Lord or of the Father to man? Now there's the image here of a judge, or of a lawyer in a sense, because lawyers plead the case of those that are either accused or are doing the accusing. Now those that are afflicted, those that are poor, those that are robbed of something, those just in general that some injustice has been done to them, within the court, the judiciary is responsible for hearing the cases. Now the cause here is an appeal to reason, for this is fundamentally what the reason is for, to determine causes. And so what we are prompted here to do, I think, is to consider that rational aspect of mind and of experience. For the Lord will plead their cause. If the Lord will plead their cause, then surely what we are being prompted to consider here is that cause, And again, I think of the statement I said earlier about being born into this culture of the biblical tradition. And sort of as my default framework, I think I would be considering the cause of the poor. Now, I think in order to answer the question that I put forth at the outset, like how we can conceptualize the relationship between God and man in this situation, I think is to understand the cause of the previous verse, or the cause of the poor. And we have to start with what we mean by cause. And so I think there are a few different words that we can inflate and provide meaning to this word. On the surface, the cause of the poor is their justification for injustice, or their justification that something unjust was done to them. Fine, that's good for what it is, but that's not, I think, fundamental enough. For the cause, within that injustice, we are considering a root. We are considering a principle. From these roots and from these principles, we have the ability to identify that which is wrong, that which we would consider to be unjust. And to plead somebody's cause is to make known and to explore, to attend to that principle by which some injustice is known to exist. Or, to put it in other words, is to attend to that principle by which we understand what to do and what not to do. In this case in particular, we are considering a case of injustice. But even if there was no case, we could still plead a cause, or like a potential cause, for if I was to, or for anyone, if they are to come up to a person that is lacking. Or we can broaden this out even farther. If I am to meet a person, if I'm to have a discussion with a person, there are plenty of different causes that are out there. There are plenty of different roots and principles that ought to be attended to. Some just, some unjust, some worth and needing correction, and others deserving of elevation. For the Lord will plead their cause. Now this is kind of tough, because there is a risk here at not going to the fundament. So I will try my best to go as deep as I can and stay in that plane. Now let's say for a moment we put the divinity aside. We put the divine logos, the truth of the matter, aside. And perhaps I should be a little bit more precise here. I'm putting the truth aside not necessarily because the truth is unimportant, but rather perhaps I should say that I'm putting the idea that there is a force out there that will, again, I have to avoid adolescence, so I have to avoid this language of imprecision. Force is not the right word. Standard, I think, is a better word. That there is a standard by which man can confidently intuit and make intelligible his decisions of good and bad behavior. If we set aside the idea that it is possible because for the Lord will plead their cause, if we set aside the irresponsibility of attributing that responsibility to the divine Logos without ourselves exploring and undergoing the process of considering what their cause is and where the difficulty is, then I think that we are impoverished as people. It's good enough, I think, to understand that there is a pattern, a way in which man can perceive morally correct or incorrect behavior. But to leave it to, this is hard to say, but to leave it to means that are outside of control, but that doesn't sound right, because there's an aspect of all of this that we can't control. To leave it to something other than prudence, I think, is imprudent by definition. And so by prudence I mean judicious. By prudence I mean discerning. By prudence I mean responsible. And man can be all of these things, even if there is something outside of him that has caused the truth to be made known to beings like him. So again, to reiterate, just because this the awareness of the truth exists is not an excuse for man not to find it. So let's plead their cause. I think there's an element of this that I already have illuminated. The reason why the poor ought not to be oppressed, or the afflicted ought not to be oppressed. But let's say, and I think that this is where the rubber meets the road, or where we gather this friction, is when we either identify within ourselves the man, or identify within another the man, the agent, that lives by the standard of selfish desire, such that the standards of morally correct behavior, of behavior that recognizes that the truth doesn't depend on their own inner world. We identify this man as being incapable of living beyond his experience. And I'm not sure if that is right. It seems right, but it also seems strange, because how can we live beyond our experience? Or we can live beyond our experience if we are connected to something that is beyond our experience, but also responsible for our experience. And this would be God. This would be the Lord. It would be the divine Logos. It would be that thing that has allowed, that has facilitated intelligibility to exist, such that man and his operating system can experience it. And it is by the connection to that thing that brought into experience, that brought into the world light. It is the thing by which we are able to deceive or to surmount selfish delusion, to revolve around that hearth of justice and be able to properly plead the case of the poor with respect to the truth. Rob not the poor because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the gate. So, what exactly does this mean? When I encounter injustice, it doesn't seem as though I prompt myself to go through some process by which I determine why it is that something is unjust. I think sometimes I do. But there are other times that the heart sort of takes over. And I think if the heart is grounded within strong principles, perhaps that's all it takes. But as I consider the world that we find ourselves in now, that is constantly changing, and constantly more insecure and almost irrational, I find it's of necessity to bring the reason back into the fore more so than perhaps I did at one point. Perhaps that's naive of me to say, but when I consider this example of the poor, my mind goes to seeing myself in the position, perhaps of a poor person that has something that I might want. Perhaps they've been given something, a nice walking stick, or what could it be? Some personal effect. And what initially comes to mind is a feeling. It's an adversion. It's not a reason for why I should not take that thing that I find attractive. It would seem just as reasonable for my mind to examine the feeling of why I should not take it as it would to examine the feeling that I ought to take it, if I'm to be completely equitable to the justification for my feelings. But much like attention, I think there's too much in the environment to pay attention to all of the information and make it salient and memorable. And so I think that there is an aspect of our experience by which the heart is continually and actively involved in the process of adjudicating, the process of determining what is just and what is unjust. And I think that the heart can be wrong, just as the reasonable aspects of our mind, the causal linking mechanism, can be mistaken. So what can be said here of the remainder of the first part of the latter half of this series? For I did want to plead the cause of the poor. Rob not the poor because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the gate. I won't speak too long of this because I think I did provide some justification earlier. Now today is a new day. And I had a particularly interesting experience today. And I would like to share it as a part of my warm-up process back into what I was talking about the last recording. So today I met a person that was or is well versed in mathematics and physics and science. A very intelligent person. And I think that there was a degree of intimidation, not necessarily imposed on the part of this person, but rather from my own insecurity. It wasn't all that significant, but there was an aspect of that was there. Now, as I navigated this, and I recognized that there was a little bit of something there that caused me to question perhaps what I understood about the world in the face of somebody who seemed to understand it so much better than I. And as I got a handle on this, as the feeling subsided, and as a greater security arose in me from the thought of the faith that I do have and the understanding that I do have in the world and the reality that I find myself in, my approach and my attitude became different. It became one of curiosity rather than that of potential defensiveness. And although I didn't necessarily understand why this person came to the conclusions that they came to, for I'm not necessarily well versed in mathematics, he was explaining to me his theory of everything, and I had asked him, after he explained his thoughts, I asked if he was a pantheist, and he said essentially yes. Of course, being a pantheist is something that is a bit different than the avenue that I'm exploring here, and the avenue that I have been developing over some time. And I wasn't upset at the difference of opinion. I was glad to hear the perspective. I was interested in the truth. What I think was most interesting was not necessarily his conclusion, but rather the reflection that mathematics, in his words, was the only real thing. It is the only true thing. And yet I couldn't help myself but to think that mathematics is a way, it is a language just like English is a language, by which one can put together symbols and interpret the world around them. Now I think mathematics has a particular charm to it when one is thinking about just anything really. Perhaps it has a beautiful way of coming to conclusions and to solving problems, but it is not free of error. The landscape or the road ahead of us can seem so concrete and so certain, and perhaps it is to a certain degree, that we are confident that if we place our foot in front of the other on a nice flat surface in the comfort of our own home, it is not likely that we will misjudge the surface that we step on. I think in a like manner, in the places that are well explored mathematically, I think it gives a sense of security and a sense of comfort within that domain. And the domain is within the conscious sphere. The domain of mathematics, unlike the domain that I'm exploring here, the more intuitive domain, or perhaps that's an incomplete symbolic domain, perhaps. The domain that is not as marked by precision, but it is no less marked by reason and by care. I came to an understanding that there is more than one way to determine and to interface with the world in reality. And although in the absence of one mode of interfacing, I think we lose the degrees of freedom that the tool would otherwise offer us, and we are lacking as a result of it. But by the same token, one's efforts are not entirely wasted, I think, if it is not spent in the mathematical domain. But again, I think it's highly valuable, and this is a domain that I plan to explore once I have laid some groundwork. And it's interesting the way that my mind conceptualizes groundwork, because I'm not a immediately mathematical person. It is not something that I turn to in my mind. And perhaps I should for certain problems, but again, I think there's a certain proclivity within my mind to think more symbolically or poetically about things. And perhaps that is to my detriment. It's hard to say. But all the same, I am a human being, and I do interface with the world. And as I was speaking to this person, and as he explained to me his theory of everything, I couldn't help but to think he is as much in the top-down intuitive space that I occupy every night as I try to explore these verses, that I try to make sense of the world that I find myself in through the analysis of my experience and the words of those who have come before myself. Now, given my current trajectory, given my interests at this time, it is unlikely that I will ever explore the type of detail in physics that would be necessary, I think, to understand that side and that picture of reality. I think I'll get there to a certain degree in my later years, but to the degree to that which people that are born much more intelligent than I, much more, their processing speed is much faster, and their discipline much greater. I will never be able to see that vast landscape as they do. And perhaps because I am unable to do so, I will be left in a degree of darkness. But all the same, I don't want to deny myself the privilege of this experience and taking it as it ought to be taken, despite one's own limitations or personal hang-ups. And I think that there's something in here. There's something in here quite deep, nestled within, that I have struggled with throughout my entire life. And no doubt this is something that is perennial to man. Because what I'm describing here is a realization of a type of poverty. It's a type of poverty that is identified in Genesis. It is the poverty of awareness. The poverty of awareness that comes from knowing, ironically enough. And because of this understanding of one's limitations, the desire to do great things, good things, but the inability to achieve the height of the imagination provided by the intellect, and I should say here, just as an aside, that I'm not implying that because there is this vastness out there, that because of the sheer volume of information and because of the height of certain problems, it doesn't give us an excuse not to be diligent, or to be disciplined, or to be pious. We all ought to strive towards these things. But getting back to what I was saying about this lacking, this internal lacking, the lacking that I experienced today, at least for a short while, until I regained some composure, dusted myself off. The understanding of not knowing can be a painful thing. And it's painful because one feels insecure. Insecurity is, to a degree, I think, a lack of faith. It is the uncertain nature that one's mind can weather the storm of changing culture, of differing ideas, of changing life circumstances. And despite what one knows or does not know, it should not be a matter dependent on these things. For a faithful person, a faithful man, ought to have the foundation secure enough so that he is not blown away by the winds that come to him. Now, part of the reason I think that there was a little bit of insecurity was that my mind was thinking towards the future, or perhaps possibilities of the future, in which this person of great intellect from a family who will likely be Nobel laureates, if my mind was probed, if I was questioned about my fundamental principles, how would I be? Would I falter? Would I know what my fundamental principles are? And at this point in my life, I think that the answer is yes. But it is less about concrete understanding and more about a procedure and commitment to the way to find those principles that I hold. And it is through the commitment to the way that I am able to find satisfaction, able to find reason, and able to find truth. The finding of the truth is the main thing that then produces that satisfaction. But let's say I was communicating with a bad actor, or perhaps I was a bit insecure in my faith, that I was lacking to such a degree that I was unable to maintain my composure. If this person was contrary, it is likely that I would be intellectually robbed of the experience by which I could come to some sort of conclusion such that my longing and my poverty would be resolved. And this is much like the verse that I see in front of me here. Rob not the poor because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the gate. It is in times of suffering and insecurity, I think that we are often at our weakest and vulnerable to those robbers. And I know I've said this before. But it is up to the faithful person, I think, not only within themselves to recognize that this is a guarantee for all lived experiences, that this type of testing will come. And when it comes, it's not necessary that one should panic and lose faith, but rather that one should be attentive and become interested, become curious, and be willing to solve the problems that are in front of them. And no doubt there will be those that we encounter that are too weak to do so. The truly impoverished, the truly afflicted. And to those, it is not our responsibility to take advantage of them, but rather to lead them towards that stable center in the way that they are able to come to it. And so that we don't become oppressors ourselves by wishing to change the mind of another and to give them the security or the faith that we feel that we have, that is so firmly attached within our soul. Because I think the pious that wishes to help transform and to benefit the other can be just as oppressive as the robber at the gate. For the Lord will plead their cause and spoil the soul of those that spoiled them. So last time I had come to some conclusion that involved intelligibility preceding that of, or providing perhaps rather, the machinery, the architecture by which an experience can actually run. This affordance involves a degree of awareness. It involves intelligibility itself. It involves all of experience. So what comes to mind here is difficult to put into words. It's strange when this happens. I heard this a while ago when I was doing my undergraduate schooling. There's a professor that said, if you can't explain something, you don't know it. And I think it's an interesting philosophical statement. And it makes me wonder where my thoughts actually do come from. Do I actually know what I'm going to say next? Of course, there is some general awareness that is there, that is holding on to the topic that I wish to speak on, that is holding my attention. But as I try to find it, as I look back in my mind, I'm not sure I can actually identify it. That thing that prompts me to speak, the thing that prompts me to, I've been using this word too much, but that prompts me actually to experience, that prompts me to life. Attention is an interesting thing, a strange thing. But I say that because when I was reflecting on it, I had a flash of an image, or perhaps it was a feeling, but much like an image that you might see that in the old days, there was this talk of subliminal messaging within some video script or whatever, and there would be a flash of an image, and then the person would barely see it, and it would be the argument would be that somebody can be propagandized by this type of subliminal or almost subconscious awareness of stimuli that is coming in. I think this has since been debunked, but regardless of this debunking business, I think if somebody is to see a flash of something, like if a flash of light goes off during a storm, and somebody sees the landscape that is lit up before them, what they are seeing is that landscape before them. They are not afforded the time to attend to perhaps relevant details, but there is something that flashes, and within that, what they have is a very basic image of what has been exposed. And I believe this is the experience that I just had, a very basic image. And I'm trying to remember exactly what that basic image is. My attention is such that it is held here, it is held on this verse. Spoil the soul of those that spoiled them. And as it does so, again, these flashes occur. Now, I will not say necessarily that this is something that is given, but rather something that is prompted by my attention, afforded by what I'm considering to be that divinity, that source of intelligibility. Spoil the souls of those that spoiled them. And so here comes to mind the idea and the concept of the way in which a divinity would act in the world. This type of language makes it seem that it's quite human, that it is coming off of a tradition, or perhaps swimming in an environment that is infested with many gods that have many different types of personalities, that are not all good, they are not all bad. They can be vengeful, spiteful. They could be and behave just as human beings do. And I have to wonder how much of these traditions are sort of interlocking within the more centralized visions of the universe and of reality. I have to wonder how much of man is attributed to God in some of these verses. Now, I think that there's enough leeway here that we can escape some of the pitfalls that have come through marginal understanding. Now, I would not necessarily want to be disrespectful and say that this verse demonstrates marginal understanding, because I'm progressing quite well personally with this verse. It is showing me a lot of good ground, good insights into the way that a person ought to be treated, into what necessarily it might mean for an awareness beyond man to consider the cause of a person that may not be considered by other intelligible beings, just because of their state of poverty. Now, this word spoil, I think, is an interesting one. Our definition is diminish or destroy the value or quantity or quality of, to prevent someone from enjoying, to harm the character of by being too lenient or indulgent, be extremely or aggressively eager for something, to rob a person or a place of goods or possessions by force or violence. When we think of food that is spoiled, it is something that has gone bad. It is something that can no longer be consumed. It is something that no longer would serve us benefit. It is no longer meaningful. Hence the first part of this definition, or the first definition that I read, to diminish or destroy the value or quality of. And so there's something about the relationship between the person that takes advantage of the poor, that robs or oppresses the poor, and that wiring by which they interface with reality, becoming dulled or defective in some way. To spoil the soul, it's a reduction, it's a diminishment in experience. It is a form of destruction, this anti-creation. by which that element of creation is retracted, oppressed, that it is something that is the will or the ability to do something is controlled by another. This type of slavery is certainly something that spoils the soul. And perhaps it is because the action or the acceptance of that sacrifice, the trade-off that this person has made by reaching into the darkness that is poverty and pulling out of it darkness and placing it into their own soul under the guise of their own advantage, that then leads to the spoiling of them. And it is because of the way in which this intelligible sphere operates that this occurs. And so it's sort of by extension that we say, for the Lord will plead their cause and spoil the soul of those that spoiled them. The exact action of this being is hard to identify, but I think it's less likely that it ought to be interpreted as a direct, like a person would interfere with something. It is more because of the way of things, it is the law of things, that the soul of the transgressor is spoiled. Make no friendship with an angry man, and with a furious man you shall not go. So there are a few things that come to mind here. One is that we're going to have to talk about friendship and what that is, what the word means. Secondly, I think about the angry man, and I think about the furious man, that these are referred to as states of being. You know, when I consider an angry man, I think something that is transitory. It's temporary. It's going to be a state that will end relatively quickly. But I think here what we are talking about is something further. It's something deeper. It is a man who has found himself in such a deep pit that his experience, his existence, the way that he interfaces with the world is through anger. It is through that filter. So, without getting too far into that aspect, I'd like to start with the word friendship. What can we say about this word? What does it mean? I think everybody, when I think of the word friendship, I think of my close relations. I think of those that I consider to be my friends. And of them, they possess particular qualities. I think at the fundament, my close friends care about me in a certain way. There's a love that they have for me, and there's a love that I have for them. And while every relationship may not be perfect, there is this degree of bondedness that is different, much different than that I would have for somebody that I did not know. Now, of course, this much is obvious. Now, when I consider the word friendship, it is a type of relationship. There are many different types of relationships. Of course, we can qualify this relationship that it excludes certain things or includes other things. But at the fundamental component of friendship, there is this relationship. Within the word relationship, I think of the word relative, relative. And from the old Latin roots, we have a word that means to have some connection to, or literally to carry back, or to bring back. And I'm always reminded here of the Platonic dialogue, Cratylus, in which there's this sort of frustrating narrowing down of language to the point where the meaning at some point becomes lost. And it's most obvious when they get to the letters. It's hard to really comprehend what is required for meaning to take place. And of course there are many things beyond just laws that we follow. Language is an evolved thing. It is a fluid thing to some degree. Laws are certainly important. Otherwise, grammar would be impossible. But all the same, I bring this up because when I think of the word relative and relationship, and I examine the root, the meaning at the fundament, it's almost just as confusing as the word friendship itself. Except, in the case of friendship and the word relative, I do have first-hand practical experience with what these words mean. The mind is a bit tempted to suggest that it would rather not get lost in relativism. There's a bit of irony there, another way to use that word. But what I mean by getting lost in relativism, I mean to say that I don't want to get lost in meaninglessness. And perhaps that's not the correct way to use the word relative. For if the word relative or even relationship is to mean this sort of bringing back or carrying back, one has to wonder, well, what exactly is being carried back? Or carried back again? There is the implication that at one time we were someplace before, we moved somewhere else, and now we are taking something to the place that we once were. Now, this may totally be an over-analysis of the root here, and I understand. But nonetheless, this is what the Proverbs are prompting us to consider. If we are to understand why we ought not to make a friendship with somebody that is angry, we have to understand what a friendship is. And although, as I've said, we can use our practical experience, there is an absence of true reflection, I think. And it's such a bizarre thing that we go about our lives living in certain ways, having our relationships. Our relationships are defined by certain boundaries. We consider people that are close to us in a particular manner. And yet I have never really taken the time to examine the language that I use, to understand, well, what makes this person my friend. I understand why I choose to be around this person. And perhaps that's a better way to start experientially. If I am to understand why I choose to be around this person, perhaps I will understand better why I am connected to this person, or why I return back to this person, or I carry back to this person. I carry myself back to this person. Now, what's interesting here is that the word relation, relative, or relationship doesn't really describe the quality of the return. It just suggests that there is some return that there is a relationship between one person and another, or that there is some connection, or that there is some bond, or that there is some pattern of behavior that is observable, that is repeated. A friendship, I think, implies more. It is something that is built on top of that relationship. It is a specific type of relationship. It's a specific type of orientation. The way in which we are presented when we bring ourselves back to communion with another person. And the question is, well, what is that orientation? Or what is the thing that propels us? What is the thing perhaps that is between us that causes the bond to take hold? That produces this pull on our beings, on our spirits, such that we have the desire to return. Now, in the case of a friendship, I think there is something that is shared. Now, in all relationships, I suppose we can say that there is a degree to which something is shared. I think what is shared is mutual. One party offers something, another party also offers something. Both parties receive. As I mentioned at the outset, what is being brought is the self, but the extension of the self, a particular type of attention. What types of attention can be afforded by a person to another, or by one person to a relationship? We could speak of feelings, we could speak of particular behaviors, but I think the way in which we behave can be classified in a number of different ways. I think there are ways in which we behave that we can consider to be loving, or out of love, that we behave particular ways. In this sort of conception, if we say out of love, that we behave a certain way, there seems to be implied there that there is this source or pool of the concept of love by which we extend out of ourselves into the broader world. And I think here it gets into interesting territory, because is it out of ourselves? Is it again, another relationship? Is love another relationship that the human being necessarily shares by virtue of his existence to reality? That is, these series of affordances and sacrifices are the things that allow him to conceptualize that thing which is love, the thing which he attributes to that divine logos. And perhaps that is the case. And perhaps, at the very least, it is the case of the former, where man is solely responsible for creation. But whatever the case might be, wherever one conceptualizes love to truly come from, it is an aspect, I think, of friendship, that it is this force or this way of behavior, the inclination towards a particular type of behavior, such that we are kind. We treat one as though we value their existence, as we value our own. We do not threaten our own existence arbitrarily. We do not feel threatened by our existence, because we are an agent. We are ourselves. There is much to be protected within the self. And so it's almost an extension of the appreciation of experience. It is an extension of the reason why we hold ourselves valuable, that we then come into connection with others. And this connection, as I've said, is built in love. It is built in that way of behaving or that mode of behaving. And so I think before we move on here, there's a little bit more that needs to be illuminated. And that has to do with exactly how the two parties are affected by one another. Because I've used love, I think, a little bit too broadly here. I haven't been precise about what I mean by it. And it's all well and good to understand that one thing is connected to another, just as we can imagine that some object is tied to another. But if we don't understand how something is tied together, well, perhaps this isn't true. I was going to say, if we don't understand how something is tied together, then we don't know and we don't understand how it is connected. And I suppose there's a degree of that which is true. But there are other ways, I think, of determining by which something is connected. We can see the connection, but perhaps not know what lies within it. But if we don't know what lies within it, it doesn't mean that our lack of understanding then means that the bond that is holding two objects together is insignificant. It is significant enough to hold two things in relationship to one another. And again, superficial observations of such things will only tell us relationship. It will not tell us the specific orientation, like friendship. And so I think that there's no other way to understand friendship and how one could be potentially affected by making a friendship with an angry person if we don't understand the knot by which we are forming the bond with ourselves, between ourselves and another person. So again, there's this love, this extension of the self. And here, what the image that flashes before me is the sense that we get, the perceptual sense, the feeling that we get, the extension of self when we drive a car. The car is much larger than we are, and yet we can navigate it almost as well as we can navigate ourselves. We can get quite close to objects and not hit them. And this sort of phenomena is all under the umbrella, or all under the understanding that the various elements of the car have no ability. Well, these days it's a bit different, but for the most part, the ability for the automobile to provide our brain with the type of information that our own bodies can provide us. And I think of all sense information here. Tactile cues, visual, auditory, olfactory, proprioceptive, all of these sorts of things to a degree are involved in the car, given that we are the experiential beings that's sitting in the driver's seat. Yet there's nothing about the door that provides us with that information, the outside door. It all has to do with our expansion of self to encompass, I think, the vehicle, or the expansion of the awareness of this thing that is the extension of ourselves. And in a like manner, now the car is a relatively rudimentary example, but I think that there is something that is in a like manner that extends to the friendship. That there is really nothing within the bond that is tangible per se. There is no rope with a special Boy Scout knot within it that ties people together. It is this strange, complex relationship of aspects of the self or of the spirit that are thrown afield almost as a net encapsulates a group of fish or whatever, a fisherman's net. And this spirit of ours that we choose to extend, that has some cost, it has cost to personal security. because what we are extending is an aspect of ourselves. And when this aspect of ourselves creates a net around the person that we care about, they become an extension of us, I think, to a certain degree, because we value them as we value ourselves. Now, if we were to, by extension, imagine that we are doing this to an angry person, a fundamentally angry person. This angry person, or perhaps I should say of anger, I have been conceptualizing thus far a base emotion like antagonism. Maybe we can't say that that's an emotion, but irritability, I think that we can say that that's an emotion. Irritability tied with some reason, that I think often angry people are angry for a reason. Perhaps they don't necessarily know why, but there is a reason there that weds itself to that general irritability, whether it's trauma in childhood or the general unfortunate opinion about the way that one's life has gone, such that they are sort of nihilistic and bitter. These sorts of conceptualizations, these types of behaviors is what I consider to be an angry person. Now, if I am to extend my spiritual net around somebody that is angry, effectively I think what I am doing by virtue of love, that is the fabric that is woven into the net, that is the extension, that is my spirit, the extension of myself. What I have done is I have encapsulated this anger within an aspect of myself. I've chosen to love. If we forget about the person for a moment, I've chosen to love anger as a part or an extension of myself. And as a result of that, loving anger, I think, take in an aspect of that myself. Much like the car, if I am going to get into an accident, if that extension of myself is poor and I misjudge, and I hit another car, it is not the car that's responsible, but it is I that am responsible. I bear the weight of the damage that was done. And I think in a cognitive sense and an emotional sense, in the sense of being, we too bear the weight and the responsibility for encapsulating anger or fury within our extended selves. And so, to finish this, to close this off, what does it mean, then, if this anger is trapped within our spirit? So it's irritability. Irritability that is connected to some reason. And I suppose we can raise the question, is it necessary for the extended self or the spirit to have some awareness of the reason that causes anger to be? And I think the answer is no. And I think the answer to that is because I think it is possible for a person to be angry, that is a base emotion like irritability, just a general sense of being disturbed or of a heightened state of arousal in the more anxious, negative emotion, anxious direction. It is something that constantly perverts attention. It is something that constantly brings one to feelings of despair. This is what I mean by base emotion. It is something that readily accepts all of the rationale for negativity, let's say, like in the case of trauma. If somebody has undergone some trauma, there is some reason there. And then there is the abundance of emotions, perhaps that are felt because of the experience, which is negative, and it's our relationship of identifying that experience with reason, and then that being met with the other aspect of our experience of life, and that is the product of the heart. As these two things meet, they are wed, together to comprehend that unfortunate experience. And again, there are plenty of different scenarios I think that I can go through here, but in this sense, in this wedded sense, there is a type of relationship that is formed. It's a bit of an unholy relationship in the sense that it's almost the inverse of the friendship. Instead of built within love, it is built out of turmoil and of unfortunate circumstance. And it's not an easy thing to break this bond. I think that's one of the important things there. There's a lot of intricacy that goes into the fabric of that relationship. Now, I think there is something to be said about the solution to some of these problems being love, and that it is not beyond me to say that I understand the situation in which an angry person can be solved by, or come to some understanding of love by experiencing it or being within the web of another who has extended love to them. But all the same, examining the flip side in which a person is unable to do this, and the person again is just fundamentally angry at the core. What the person risks is taking in that unfortunate relationship, tying their base emotion. It could be irritability, but it could also be just be general almost like a vibratory sense of experience, that we all have this drive to life. This drive has a degree of anxiety that's associated to it. Perhaps we don't call it anxiety all of the time, because it is something that we use for good ends, and we don't wish to call something good anxiety. But I suppose that's what we can call it, a general state of arousal. This general zest of life, instead of being a magnet for positive attributes, becomes the magnet for negative attributes because of the anger that is then placed so firmly within the mind, or because of this relationship so firmly within the extension of mind. Now the second half of this verse, with the furious man you shall not go, it's a little bit different than talking about the friendship with an angry person. Alright, so today is a new day, and it will take me some time to get up to speed, as usual. You know, sometimes I wonder exactly how to start these up again after it's been 24 hours, after I've worked the whole day and I've experienced things throughout the day. I've integrated the day prior into my life, into my experience at work. I've thought about things. I've made good decisions. I've made bad decisions. And I have to wonder about this path of life. That in this realm, within this projection, perhaps we can say, or this map, a way of understanding, the way of conceptualizing our reality, within the poetic, within the spiritual domain, there is this imagistic sense in which my experiences, and again my mistakes, but also my good decisions, are a part of my going. And as a man that tries to be faithful, that sometimes succeeds and sometimes fails, the going, nevertheless, is something that is observed and something that is felt acutely, especially upon failure. And it's a matter of mind that this going is always there, that the faithful person is always concerned about their steps and where they are headed. And they may be faithful and they may have understanding, but ultimately we all know that there are things that we don't understand. There are steps that we take that may be a mistake that are beyond us. There are steps that we may take that are a mistake, and yet we know full well that even if we don't understand the full ramifications, the immediate gratification is better than the downstream consequences. And I wonder what this strange experience of immediate gratification is. What part of the landscape does this occupy? What part of my vision does it obscure? Of course, since I'm focusing on it, then there probably is something that happened today that I wish that I had made a different decision. And that is accurate. Regardless of what the situation might be, I think all the same, there can be certain conclusions drawn. There is something about attention, I think, that is difficult, especially sustained attention under stress. The mind seems to build up pressure, a sort of intellectual pressure, perhaps. I say intellectual, but it doesn't necessarily have to be all that sophisticated. This is just in my experience. It could be something physical, that the mind is required to pay attention to the body, to push itself where it ought to be pushed. It may again be intellectual, purely, solving problems that the rational mind needs to take the driver's seat. Regardless, if we are to go somewhere, we have a purpose for going somewhere. If we are going to go to the grocery store for food, we go there because we need food. If I am going to go and visit a family member or a friend, it is because that I desire this social interaction. If I'm going to go to work, it's because there is some reason by which I am compelled to go. In all cases, there are purposes, there are reasons for our goings. Now, I can imagine a situation in which, let's say, I'm going to get food from the grocery store, for which I have none, and then all of a sudden, my going is disrupted, akin to some distraction of attention. As if I can create an entire world within my mind at the moment, and find myself going to the store and yet have a thought, and suddenly I am transported back at work, undergoing a certain situation. Perhaps now I'm at work and then all of a sudden I'm transported to the forest preserve where I'm doing my calisthenics. Perhaps from there I'm transported to my home life and the wasted time spent doing something completely meaningless, at least to the standard of that good aspect of myself. And it is the goings for those purposes, both in terms of the distracted attention, but also in terms of the meaninglessness, or that laziness of going, that causes me to pause, to reflect, and to be saddened, perhaps, or to be frustrated, to wish that my mind and my will was sturdier, it was stronger. I think much like that last verse in which I was talking about friendship being this extension of the Spirit around that other individual as an extension of the self, extension of the aspect of the self, and the potential dangers that are in the what is caught by that web that we willfully extend. I think in a similar manner, when we consider this furious man that we are going with, and we also consider this illustration or analogy of attention, by which I sit here in my room and I imagine all of these things that have happened throughout the day, part of which I'm mapping out as almost like an alternate reality. Part of it is pure memory. Part of it is the desire to expand my understanding of the spiritual domain. All of this comes together. And I think the picture that it forms is the extension of that, maybe I'll say body. It's the intelligible aspect of that spirit that, as I mentioned earlier, the relationship that is bound up within the friendship, the relationship that is bound up within the word with. For if we are to be with a furious person, we have a relationship to that person. If we have a relationship to that person, I think the spiritual web is cast, whether we like it or not, since we walk within the spiritual domain, as well as the physical. Now, I've discussed earlier about what it would mean if the web of the spirit or of our intelligible experience is extended to a person that is fundamentally angry, that has this unfortunate rational bend to move their experience towards the, what would we say, towards that disposition, that state of mind, that state of being that is hypersensitive, that is very aggressive, that lets their reason become a way in which to justify their selfish behavior, and how this necessarily would then corrupt the mind and the experience of that person who extended that spirit using that fabric of love, because that is the fabric of friendship. Now, a furious man, we're talking about just going with. It's a different type of association, different type of relationship. It's not as the fabric that is extended of the spirit is not of the same quality. Nonetheless, though, we are still extending an aspect of ourselves to the fury. Now, if we are to consider the etymologic origins of this word fury, from the Latin, we have furious, which means raging, wild, or violent. And this is, I think, by extension, an extreme form of anger. An extreme form, perhaps there's reason, perhaps there is not. I don't think it really matters. In this such extreme form, it becomes almost paradoxical that our reason, although we may have one that leads us into anger, and by extension into fury, almost like a berserker or somebody that has witnessed a murder of somebody that they love quite dearly. And it is the reason, the justification that they experience to have such feelings that leads them to anger. And then that anger, once they are there, fuels them like a positive feedback loop into this furious or wild state. And it doesn't matter who is around. It could be another person that they love. It is just a completely chaotic outpouring of behavior, of emotion. And to encapsulate this within our spirit, I think we can imagine the type of damage that it would result in. There's an aspect of the wild, I think, in all of us. But to willfully go after and embrace it, to make it a part of our going, this is very dangerous. This will no doubt corrupt the mind and lead us into the types of unfortunate mistakes that I had mentioned earlier, willful or not. This sort of thing is a poison to the experience of man. So I think I'm going to end this episode here. That'll do it for this part of Proverbs chapter 22. That was verse 24. I'll finish next time with verse 25. And hopefully next episode I'll be able to finish this chapter. We finish with verse 29 in chapter 22, and then I'll begin chapter 23.